Chapter 1536. Yi Shiwen thought to himself. He was shocked. He did not expect that the reason why these two people came to look for trouble was because of Yi Kuang. Although he had enmity with these two clans, it was really not worth it to specially send people to deal with him. Moreover, the two clans had joined forces. Now he finally knew that Yi Kuang was behind this. He secretly remembered Yi Kuang's name in his heart. He would teach him a lesson sooner or later. I'm afraid that you are now in a precarious situation in the Yi family. However, as long as you are willing to rely on me, everything will be different. With our Jiagu clan as your backing, Yi Qiong and Yi Kuang will not be able to withstand a single blow. We will help you all the way to become the master of the Yi family. Jiagu Jingshua said very confidently. F***ck, another lunatic. Yi Shiwen said a little speechlessly. Yi Qiong? Yi Kuang is not even able to withstand a single blow. Can you defeat Yi Kuang? Before you talk big, please weigh your own strength first. Yi Shiwen looked at Jiagu Jingshua speechlessly. He was 100% a lunatic. Otherwise, he would be an arrogant person. If he really had such a plan and said it in public, if he was not a lunatic, then what was a lunatic? Moreover, although Yi Shiwen had never seen Yi Kuang, he was very clear about Yi Qiong's strength. Even he was suppressed by Yi Kuang. Although this Jiagu Jingshua was powerful, it was not easy to say whether he was Yi Kuang's opponent, let alone killing Yi Shiwen so easily. It was impossible at first glance. It seems that you won't shed a tear until you see the coffin. Jiagu Jingshua looked at Yi Shiwen coldly and said, You are not qualified to make me shed a tear. Yi Shiwen's eyes were cold, and the aura on his body began to boil little by little. I think you are courting death. You don't have that kind of speed. I want to see how you, a mere third level of celestial realm, can be my opponent. Jiagu Jingshua did not hide the murderous intention on his body. In his opinion, it should have been a sure thing to force Yi Shiwen to surrender. Who knew that Yi Shiwen wouldn't be moved by force or persuasion? He didn't even want to surrender. He immediately made a move. His big hand instantly stretched out, aiming straight for Yi Shiwen's head. The big hand instantly grabbed, wanting to twist Yi Shiwen's head off on the spot. He was absolutely conceited about his own strength. A third heavenly layer of celestial being realm warrior, if not for that elusive speed, he would not have paid any attention to him at all. The terrifying strength of the peak of the sixth heaven of the heaven tier was displayed without restraint. Compared to Beishanju, just now he was even slightly stronger. Although he had yet to recover to his peak state and had yet to release his cultivation at his peak state was already enough to show some clues. Yi Shiwen pointed his finger, and the entire sky shook crazily. The shocking sky style pierced through the vast sky and fiercely collided with that big hand. Boom! There was a huge explosion, and that big handprint was actually shattered on the spot by Yi Shiwen. I'll let you see what else I have. Yi Shiwen rushed out from the aftermath of the explosion. Golden divinity covered his whole body, as if he was bathed in the blood of God, and his blood surged. He held a long sword condensed from sword aura and pointed it to the sky. Using sword principle as the foundation, he broke through the sky, and a huge light swept out, slashing towards Jiagu Jingshua. You're courting death. Jiagu Jingshua said coldly, and there was a hint of brilliance in his eyes. He originally thought that Yi Shiwen would not be able to dodge it, but who knew that Yi Shiwen would break it on the spot. At the same time, his feet did not slow down at all. In a split second, like a flame, he avoided Yi Shiwen's sword that was mixed with endless sword principle law. Netherworld, ghost flame, divine technique. Yi Shiwen's vision suddenly blurred, and he immediately thought of this name. He had once fought with Jiagu Zhenghao, and at that time, Jiagu Zhenghao used this technique, Netherworld, Ghost Flame, Divine Technique. Jiagu Jingshua's speed was extremely fast, as if he had turned into a flame and teleported in an instant. Compared to him, Jiagu Zhenghao's netherworld ghost flame divine technique was far inferior. He knew very well that, although he walked the path of great power, the speed of the movement technique derived from the demon wings was definitely not slow. Since Jiagu Jingshua was able to easily dodge it, it could be seen that his netherworld ghost flame divine technique had been cultivated to a certain level. At this moment, a cluster of grayish-white flames appeared in the sky. Jiagu Jingshua's figure appeared directly behind Yi Shiwen. The killing intent in his eyes deepened, and countless flames were burning faintly on his body. Then, these flames condensed into a huge flaming hand. It directly broke through the sky and fiercely grabbed Yi Shiwen's descendant, wanting to grab him to death in one go. His speed was extremely fast, but how could Yi Shiwen's speed be ordinary? In addition, Yi Shiwen was already on guard when he saw the flame. He immediately turned around, and an amazing sword light sprinkled out and directly slashed towards the big hand made of willow, the wisp. Jiagu Jingshua did not hesitate, even though he missed his attack. The aura on his body gradually swept up, and his originally black hair began to gradually turn grayish-white like the netherworld ghost flame. His eyes were as sharp as a knife. Standing in midair, his body was tall and straight, like a ghost god. He looked at Yi Shiwen coldly, full of confidence. He did not take Yi Shiwen's threat seriously at all. That's all. I don't care what happens outside. But your mistake is to provoke me here. Yi Shiwen looked at Jiagu Jingshua and said. Jiagu Jingshua did not say anything. His figure instantly flew out like a flame, burning in the sky. Wherever he passed, the sky seemed to collapse. Countless air was burned through. Without the reflection of light in the air, the entire sky was dark, as if the entire void had collapsed. The scene was extremely terrifying. His speed was extremely fast. Like a flame, he swept through the void and instantly pounced in front of Yi Shiwen. His 5 fingers clenched into a fist. On his fist, countless ghost flames were entangled, and he blasted it out directly. The fist wind whistled out and expanded in the sky. It was like a huge malicious ghost that opened its bloody mouth. Even the sky was about to be bitten through, and it pounced on Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen was not in a hurry. His hand began to move. It seemed slow, but it was actually fast. In an instant he had already moved, and he pointed a finger, imprisoning the sky. Suddenly, the surrounding space of this huge malicious ghost seemed to be imprisoned in an instant. It was like a cage, making it unable to move at all. Then, an unparalleled, terrifying force directly fell on this malicious ghost through this cage. This malicious ghost immediately screamed and turned into a cloud of green smoke. It was broken by Yi Shiwen's finger. Boom! As if the sky was falling and the earth was cracking, the golden and black energy of the malicious ghost that was broken was violent. It surged in all directions like a tide. The fresh air that had just been burned was all annihilated and collapsed in an instant. The collision, this time, was extremely powerful. The collision between the two sides was like an attack at the end of the world. Jiagu Jingshua looked at Yi Shiwen with a complicated look in his eyes. Although Yi Shiwen's speed was greatly restrained and weakened in this mud algae array, it was still very fast. Yi Shiwen was not inferior to him. Although Yi Shiwen could no longer use speed to crush him, Jiagu Jingshua's speed was also unable to suppress Yi Shiwen in this situation. At this time, he finally understood why Bei Shanju was beaten by Yi Shiwen previously. It was not that Bei Shanju was not strong enough, but Yi Shiwen was too strong. Especially when Yi Shiwen's speed was raised to the extreme, it was even more difficult to deal with. As the saying goes, the authorities see clearly, while the bystanders are confused. After facing Yi Shiwen, he could have a fundamental understanding of Yi Shiwen's speed. His movement technique was already extremely strong, but in the face of Yi Shiwen, it seemed that he was still so vulnerable. Although he had a lot of thoughts in his mind, his hands did not slow down at all. Another punch was thrown out. Countless Grayish-white flames began to burn on his fist. Everywhere the fist force passed, everything turned into a sea of ghostly fire. It was extremely dazzling. Boom! The endless ghost fire was like an energy tide that filled the sky, blasting towards Yi Shiwen. Sky-shaking style. Yi Shiwen shouted loudly and pointed his finger. It was like the finger of God. It pierced through the vast sky and met that fist head-on. Boom! Another astonishing collision occurred. The grayish-white flame was mixed with endless fist strength, and Yi Shiwen's golden aura was exuding a fierce aura. Two extremely terrifying forces rose to the sky, just like a vast sea of raging tides, and crazily dispersed in all directions. The surrounding experts who were faintly watching were all horrified, unable to believe that this was actually a collision between 2/6 heaven of the heaven realm. In many people's eyes, even if it was a collision between 7th heaven of the heaven realm, it was nothing more than this. How is this possible? Am I seeing things? Such a battle is so tyrannical that it can scare people to death. These two people are so strong, especially Yi Shiwen. As long as he doesn't die prematurely in the future, his future achievements are simply limitless. What kind of physique does Yi Shiwen have? Jiagu Jingshua's netherworld ghost body is famous for its tyrannical physique. Yi Shiwen can actually compete with him at a level lower than him by 3 levels. His physique is so strong. Most people were extremely amazed. It seemed that every time they discovered a little bit of Yi Shiwen's tyrannical strength, they would be amazed. This was also because, in terms of fame, Jiagu Jingshua was far stronger than Yi Shiwen. Jiagu Jingshua had been famous for hundreds of years. After all, Yi Shiwen only became a little famous in the past 2 years. People had studied Jiagu Jingshua very deeply, but they were relatively ignorant about Yi Shiwen, so they were so amazed. Chapter 1537. There was a fatal gap between the popularity of the two sides. Once the masters of various clans and forces became famous, they would naturally be studied in all aspects. The information would also be collected. The longer time passed, the more complete the various information would be. Now, Yi Shiwen was like a thorn that suddenly appeared. In fact, there was very little information. Everyone's understanding of him was also very limited. In the field, the battle between the two became more and more intense. At this time, Yi Shiwen had no way out. Do I have to be his slave if I lose? That was absolutely unacceptable to Yi Shiwen. On the other hand, Jiagu Jingshua had no other way out. He had to kill Yi Shiwen. Otherwise, he would lose all his face this time. The battle scene between the two sides was very terrifying. Both of them had used all their strength. The aftermath of a casual attack could completely collapse the space. This Jin method was very effective. It was as if Yi Shiwen had sunk into the mud. His speed had obviously dropped by a large margin, and he no longer had that kind of incomparably shocking speed from a moment ago. But even so, his offensive power was still as heavy as a mountain. It was as if a titan had pierced through the sky, and it was extremely terrifying. Even with the terrifying power that could uproot a mountain, he could fight evenly with Jiagu Jingshua. He was not inferior to Jiagu Jingshua's powerful strength. After a long time, Jiagu Jingshua finally became impatient. He couldn't take down Yi Shiwen for a long time. The qi in his body was also consumed at a very alarming rate. He couldn't compare with Yi Shiwen. He had integrated the Star Beast's bloodline. His qi was more than 10 times or even dozens of times more than ordinary people. In addition, he had the Phoenix regeneration technique that could continuously restore qi. Hence, he was still alive and kicking now. There was no sign of exhaustion due to excessive qi consumption. Jiagu Jingshua let out a long roar. His hair, which had turned gray, burned like a flame. It was as if he had become a flaming man. The flames burned through the sky. He suddenly blasted out a punch. The fist pressure directly tore the sky, and the flames shook for hundreds of miles. Not far away, Many people who were close had to move away to avoid being burned to death by this flame. His punch seemed as if it would pierce through the vault of heaven. It came crashing down towards Yi Shiwen. It was incomparably violent. The air around Yi Shiwen's body was silently annihilated. The scene was extremely horrifying. Yi Shiwen pointed his finger and used the shocking heaven form. A huge shock wave rushed into the fiery fist energy along with an astonishing fluctuation and started to shake and dissolve the fiery fist energy bit by bit. Boom! Two terrifying forces collided in the void, creating an unimaginable shock wave. In fact, Yi Shiwen had the upper hand in this battle. Let me see what other tricks you have up your sleeve. Yi Shiwen said. The faces of the experts of the Jiagu clan, who were at the 4th, 5th, and even 6th heavens of the heaven realm, who were arranging the formation, were pale. To maintain this formation, they had to consume a massive amount of real elemental energy. For them, it was equivalent to using their own real elemental energy to contend with Yi Shiwen. It was an endless process. Yi Shiwen was having a hard time. In the formation, he was held back by an unknown force. He could not move freely, but they were not much better. Yi Shiwen was like a behemoth. Wherever he went, he would make a mess. They had to bear huge pressure. If Jiagu Jingshua did not hold Yi Shiwen back, their formation would have been broken by Yi Shiwen long ago. According to this trend, they would collapse before Yi Shiwen sooner or later. The recovery speed of Yi Shiwen's Phoenix regeneration technique was too fast. Hence, whether it was Jiagu Jingshua or the experts of the Jiagu clan, they were a little tired. However, Yi Shiwen was still full of vigor. There was no doubt who would be able to drag the battle to death. Jiagu Jingshua's eyes flickered continuously. He knew very well how unfavorable the situation would be for him if this continued. However, he had no other way. The only way was to kill Yi Shiwen as soon as possible. He did not want to fall into the path of no return of competing with him. Thinking of this, Jiagu Zhenghao let out a long roar. The qi on his body surged crazily, and countless qi behind him turned into netherworld flames. In these netherworld flames, the howls of countless vengeful spirits could be heard. These vengeful spirits were condensed by a powerful force into a huge figure wearing an emperor's robe, standing above everyone. Emperor of the underworld. This was an emperor of the underworld. It was just that at this time, this emperor's face showed a cold and ferocious expression. It was Jiagu Jingshua. At this moment, the emperor of the underworld seemed to want to turn everything he could see into his underworld god kingdom. An underworld god's staff appeared in his hand. As he waved it, endless divine light surged. In an instant, a terrifying torrent of divine light blasted towards Yi Shiwen on the spot, wanting to annihilate Yi Shiwen in one fell swoop. I've seen this move before. It's useless to use the same move on me twice. Yi Shiwen was already prepared. Monstrous waves instantly rose in front of him. Endless golden waves instantly rose and blocked him behind. Boom! The divine light and the golden divinity waves collided fiercely, setting off monstrous waves that swept in all directions. At this time, Yi Shiwen stretched out his hands, and the golden divinity condensed on them. His hands suddenly tore apart the divine light on the spot. Huff, huff, huff. At this time, Jiagu Jingshua's face was also pale. The attack just now had consumed too much qi in his body. Maintaining this emperor of the underworld was already a huge consumption, not to mention fighting. If he had not been forced to the extreme by Yi Shiwen, he would not have chosen this method at all. Do it! Suddenly, Jiagu Jingshua shouted towards the void. Yi Shiwen was shocked. Could there be another ambush? Immediately afterward, he suddenly felt a threatening chill sweeping over from behind. He struggled to turn around in the void, only to see a shocking ghost hand piercing through the void and grabbing towards Yi Shiwen fiercely. Damn it, there's still an ambush! Yi Shiwen cursed in his heart. He stepped on the ground, and his body moved horizontally almost instantly. And at this time, the ghost hand directly chased after Yi Shiwen. It seemed as if it would never give up. It carried a monstrous, ghostly flame and rushed towards Yi Shiwen to grab him. It seemed as if it wanted to catch Yi Shiwen. Wherever the ghostly hand passed, the entire sky would shatter with a loud bang, and the fragments would start to burn fiercely. On the other side, the emperor of the underworld behind Jegu Jingshuo also moved. He waved the scepter in his hand, accompanied by the screams of countless ghosts. His Jianyuan turned into endless pale flames and shot out, forming a huge torrent that blasted towards Yi Shiwen. It was a pincer attack. He must not let Yi Shiwen have any chance to fight back and kill him in one fell swoop. Yi Shiwen squinted his eyes and kept retreating to avoid the attack. Jiagu Jingshuo had hidden himself really well. He did not intend to reveal himself at all just now. It was not until Yi Shiwen felt that he might not be able to hold on that he suddenly let the ambush attack, catching Yi Shiwen off guard. Boom! That inexhaustible pale, ghost flame fiercely smashed into Yi Shiwen's body, and the huge force directly blasted Yi Shiwen away. Yi Shiwen staggered, and his body seemed to be attached to the pale ghost flame, which was constantly burning him. Yi Shiwen's expression showed a bit of pain. Yi Shiwen's body was burning fiercely, as if he was about to be burned and disintegrated on the spot. That ghostly hand directly grabbed Yi Shiwen's neck, intending to twist and break him. However, at this moment, Yi Shiwen's eyes suddenly opened. The golden divinity on his body instantly surged out like a heavy rain, instantly extinguishing the endless ghost flame on his body. Pah! His palm suddenly slapped out and collided with the ghost flame with the endless pale ghost flame on the spot. Boom! There was a loud collision. Yi Shiwen took a few steps back in succession, and his face was a little pale. In order to expel the ghost flame just now, the qi in his body was consumed a lot in an instant. Even his tyrant body was burned when facing this strange ghost flame. In addition, the Phoenix regeneration technique was used for recovery. Just this exchange alone consumed more qi than before, and at this time, the owner of the ghostly hand finally appeared. It should be said that this was not a human at all, but a ferocious ghost with a green face and fangs, extremely ferocious. His body carried a monstrous, ferocious aura, and it was unknown how many vengeful spirits were howling and howling within his body. It was unknown how many similar ghosts this malicious ghost had fed to grow to such a shocking degree. Yi Shiwen, today is the day of your death. You can't escape, no matter what. In order to kill you, I have been scheming. In this case, even if you die, you should die in peace. Jia Gujingshuo said with a laugh. Yi Shiwen, today is the day of your death. If you want to die, go ahead and die. I have no intention of dying. Yi Shiwen narrowed his eyes and said coldly, You're still stubborn even when you're about to die. Jiagu Jingshuo said with a sneer. Under his control, the emperor of the underworld behind him opened its big hand on the spot. Its palm was like a mountain, and it slapped towards Yi Shiwen. Boom! The big hand directly slapped a big pit on the ground. At the critical moment, Yi Shiwen directly moved horizontally to avoid this big hand. Yi Shiwen's figure directly appeared in midair and escaped the calamity. But at this time, he suddenly felt a burst of cold air behind him, and an astonishing attack swept towards him from behind. Chapter 1538. Behind him, the ghostly hand traversed the vast sky, grabbing towards the back of Yi Shiwen's head. It was fast and urgent. The ghostly flames burned the void, and the old ghost had already shuttled behind Yi Shiwen in an instant. Jiagu Jingshuo had kept this old ghost in captivity for a long time. Both sides could be said to have a tacit understanding. At that moment, he directly attacked. The timing of the attack was perfect. It was as if the two of them had agreed on it, and Yi Shiwen was also cooperating with them. Seeing that the ghost hand was about to grab Yi Shiwen suddenly moved. His body moved in a strange posture and avoided the ghost hand. Yi Shiwen turned around. He could feel that the temperature on the left side was rising crazily, as if the entire void was burning, and the ghost hand reached out from his side. At the same time, Yi Shiwen raised his left hand directly. Golden divinity appeared on his hand and turned into a big golden hand. It directly grabbed the ghost hand on the spot. Crackle, crackle! A crackling sound was heard as the ghost flame melted. Although this ghost flame was very strange and terrifying, it was completely restrained by Yi Shiwen's divinity. It was a matter of extreme yang between the heavens and the earth. Boom! Yi Shiwen's entire arm was directly pinched off on the spot. Roar! The old ghost suddenly screamed. The wisp of golden divinity ran along his arm directly to his body, causing him to roll on the ground in pain. The ghost itself was an extremely mean creature, not to mention that it had encountered the divinity that had been tempered by Yi Shiwen. All of this happened so fast that everyone could hardly react. They had just seen Yi Shiwen retreat under Jiagu Jingshua's attack, and then they heard a scream. The old ghost's arm was directly pinched off by Yi Shiwen on the spot. The scene changed so fast that they had no time to react. What? How is it possible? Jiagu Jingshua's face was full of disbelief. The cooperation between him and the old ghost could be said to be flawless. How could it be broken? Moreover, shouldn't Yi Shiwen have difficulty even moving in his mud algae array? How could Yi Shiwen avoid his attack in such a short time? This is not scientific. This was the only thought left in his mind. This was illogical. I don't believe that you can hold on for much longer. Jiagu Zhenghao was enraged and roared. The underworld emperor behind him smashed the staff in his hand down on the spot. It was an unimaginably brilliant staff technique. It had a suffocating feeling, as if it could destroy heaven and earth. The divine staff smashed down, releasing endless divine light. Each beam of divine light was like a sharp blade, directly shattering the void and severing the laws of space. Ordinary experts at the 6th level of the heaven tier would be directly killed by a single strike of the staff. It was not without reason that he had such arrogance. In terms of strength, he was even stronger than Bei Shanju. There was a metallic hum coming from the divine staff. It was a strange fluctuation, like the roar of a malicious spirit. It was terrifying and suffocating. Yi Shiwen didn't hesitate at all. He spread out his hands and welcomed this huge scepter. Boom! The palm and the scepter collided on the spot, and a terrifying collision sound was heard. The scepter was like a small mountain crashing down. If it hit a person's body, needless to say, that person would be smashed into meat paste on the spot. One could imagine how terrifying it was. But Yi Shiwen's hand was covered with divinity, and he directly met it. The flickering divine light on the scepter and the ghost flames that it spat were directly blocked by divinity, unable to directly affect Yi Shiwen's body. That shocking collision burst out countless divine light, but it couldn't shake Yi Shiwen's body at all. Boom! 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 Yi Shiwen stood in the void, and the air under his feet completely collapsed as if there was an earthquake. It collapsed 3 times in a row, and only then did the terrifying power that poured down from the scepter completely dissipate. Yi Shiwen was barely able to stand firm, and at this time, Jiagu Zhenghao also let out a loud roar. Underworld Emperor Kingdom. He suddenly infused all his qi into this Underworld Emperor, and endless ghost flames shot out in all directions. This Underworld Emperor, whose eyes were originally closed, opened his eyes again in an instant. The power of the staff had reached a terrifying level. The staff smashed down on the spot. Above the staff, endless ghostly flames formed a huge kingdom of the Emperor of the Underworld. It was a kingdom of the dead. Countless dead people were wailing and struggling in the kingdom. They wanted to escape, but it was useless. There was no way for them to escape. He wanted to use the power of a kingdom to crush and burn Yi Shiwen into pieces. Jia Gujenghao could be said to be desperate. He must kill Yi Shiwen completely in this blow. In Yi Shiwen's body, countless strange phenomena arose. The 8 treasures, heaven and earth cauldron, almost automatically protected his body. It expanded against the wind, growing like a small mountain, and then grew to a huge extent. Boom! There was a huge explosion, and a mushroom cloud rose from the 8 treasures, heaven and earth cauldron. The scepter of the underworld emperor directly exploded the atom, annihilating everything. Space, time, laws, everything was completely burned in it. That terrifying power directly spread out like a wave. The 10 experts of the Jiagu clan, who were originally arranging their ray around, seemed to have suffered a heavy blow at this time. They vomited blood on the spot, and the entire array was completely annihilated in such a terrifying collision. They were already showing faint signs of being unable to hold on. This time, they could not hold on anymore and completely collapsed on the spot. Yi Shiwen directly clasped his hands together, and an endless amount of zhenyuan leapt out of his body and unceasingly replenished the 8 treasures, heaven and earth cauldron. A massive amount of zhenyuan was drawn out of his body, and both sides were like desperate gamblers who were betting on their last gamble. The terrifying collisions continued, spreading out in all directions. In the distance, many experts who were paying attention to the battle on the other side of the battlefield turned pale when they saw the scene. It was as if they had seen a ghost. Their faces were filled with incomparable shock. Both sides of the battle had terrifying combat strength that far exceeded their imagination. Yi Shiwen was not feeling well. A huge amount of energy was being extracted crazily, but Jia Gujenghao, who was opposite him, was even worse. There was still qi in Yi Shiwen's body that could be extracted, but he was only left with the power of desperate. He gritted his teeth, and his face was ashen. He was frantically holding on, competing with Yi Shiwen in the final consumption. Suddenly, another ghostly shadow appeared behind Yi Shiwen. It was an old ghost. He had finally expelled the raging divinity from his body. At this time, he could not wait to make a move. Now both sides were like a scale. They were evenly matched. If any of them added a chip, it might cause a complete collapse. A cruel smile appeared on the old ghost's face. In his opinion, Yi Shiwen was dead. Suddenly his eyes widened. He was horrified to find that a terrifying and dangerous aura was rippling in Yi Shiwen's body, and then a huge Tao rune flew out. Fighting word. The fighting word flew in the air. Under Yi Shiwen's control, it instantly blasted towards the old ghost. The old ghost was caught off guard and was directly hit by the fighting word on the spot. The fighting word itself contained countless combat skills. Suddenly, the old ghost seemed to have suffered a heavy blow, and his whole body was blasted away on the spot. He crashed into the wall and blasted a huge hole in the wall. The fighting word followed him like a shadow and ruthlessly nailed the old ghost into the wall, making him unable to move. This is pseudo-Tao rune. One of the more knowledgeable old-timers recognized it right away. Many of them might have never possessed pseudo-Tao runes, but this did not prevent them from recognizing pseudo-Tao runes. Pseudo-Tao runes were the essence and essence that could only be condensed with the martial arts essence of the whole body before death. Ordinary people had only heard of it, but had never seen it. Even peerless geniuses like Yi Qiong and Tung Tongtian fought to the death for a pseudo-Tao rune. One could imagine how important and rare pseudo-Tao runes were. Many people were suddenly tempted. If they could obtain a pseudo-Tao rune, then the benefits to their future cultivation were self-evident. It could even be said that they had reached the sky in a single step. Although they wanted to obtain the pseudo-Tao rune, they still held back the greed in their hearts. Here, Yi Shiwen was not to be trifled with. If it were outside, some of the old antiques among them who had sealed their cultivation might not take Yi Shiwen seriously. But now here they had just seen with their own eyes how the 2 subordinates of North Mountain Ju died. In Yi Shiwen's hands, They were no better than ordinary 6th-level Celestial Realm warriors. If they wanted to snatch food from Yi Shiwen's hands, they had to be prepared to be chased by Yi Shiwen to death. They couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. Nowadays, every young person had many fortuitous encounters. Many of them had only seen pseudo-Tao runes in ancient books, but Yi Shiwen actually possessed pseudo-Tao runes. The gap between the two sides was obvious at a glance. The old ghost was nailed to the wall by Yi Shiwen's fighting character. It kept screaming, but it had no way to escape. Jia Gu Jingshua, it's your turn. Yi Shiwen suddenly opened his eyes and raised his hand to point out. Sky-shaking style. In an instant, the entire void was like boiling water, fluctuating violently. The vault of heaven was shaking. It was like a hot knife cutting through butter, directly bombarding the scepter on the spot. The scepter, which originally had infinite power, was broken on the spot by Yi Shiwen's finger. Chapter 1539. Under the horrified eyes of everyone, this incomparably powerful scepter was shattered inch by inch under the pressure of Yi Shiwen's finger. The scepter shattered inch by inch, and the kingdom of the underworld emperor that had manifested on the scepter also crumbled bit by bit. Countless resentful souls screamed and turned into a cloud of green smoke. The whole scene looked extremely shocking. The speed of the scepter's collapse was too fast. In almost a moment, it had already spread to the body of the underworld emperor. The underworld emperor seemed to have exhausted the last trace of his strength. Under Yi Shiwen's finger, it collapsed with a loud bang, turned into a cloud of green smoke, and disappeared between heaven and earth. Puff! The underworld emperor was broken, and Jiagu Jingshua directly spat out a mouthful of blood. His body was like a kite with a broken string. He was hit by Yi Shiwen's finger and crashed into a wall on the spot. He opened his eyes wide and looked at Yi Shiwen in horror. He could only feel that the vitality in his body was rapidly flowing away. It was like a river that had rushed into the sea and couldn't return. It was crazily flowing out of his body. He wanted to stop it, but he could not raise his spirit at all. He could only watch as his vitality was flowing away. He lowered his head and looked at the big hole in his chest. His Zhenyuan had long been infused into the phantom of the Emperor of the Underworld. At this time, he was completely unable to raise any defensive aura shield. He could only helplessly watch as Yi Shiwen's finger pierced his chest and pierced through his chest, but there was nothing he could do. He looked at Yi Shiwen again, and the scene in front of him was a little blurred. He was unwilling. He was the peerless genius of the Jiagu clan, and he had the hope of competing for the position of the Jiagu clan's patriarch in the future. But now he was going to die here. He couldn't accept it. He couldn't accept it. He never thought that he would die in the hands of a person he had never cared about before. He looked at Yi Shiwen with a look of disbelief in his eyes. He knew very well that although he had consumed all of his Zhenyuan, Yi Shiwen's consumption of Zhenyuan was 100% higher than his. However, he had exhausted all of his Zhenyuan, while Yi Shiwen had only shown signs of exhaustion. So, Yi Shiwen definitely still had the power to fight. How was this possible? Was he a monster? It should be known that he was a 7th-layer Celestial Realm martial artist who had sealed his cultivation. Although his cultivation was sealed, his true essence was not sealed, far surpassing ordinary 6th-layer Celestial Realm martial artists, and he was only a 3rd-layer Celestial Realm martial artist. If that was the case, who in the same realm could compare to him in terms of Zhenyuan? At this moment, he realized that he was wrong. Fighting a battle of attrition and a battle of attrition was a very stupid decision in itself. Just now, Bei Shanju had already realized this point, but he didn't. Only now did he realize it, but it was already too late. More and more such thoughts appeared in his mind, but the Yi Shiwen in front of him was getting more and more blurry, until he directly stopped breathing on the spot. Without the obstruction of Jiagu Jingshua, Yi Shiwen immediately took back the fight character. Although he was confident that these people did not have the guts to come and fight for it, it was very likely that some people would come and snatch it after a long time. He waved his hand, and the old ghost seemed to be attracted by something. He grabbed it on the spot and crushed it with his palm. You actually dared to kill him." Beishanju looked at Yi Shiwen in horror. He had a look of disbelief on his face. Jiagu Jingshua's death was a huge blow to him. Even a Heaven's Pride expert of his status and strength had been killed by Yi Shiwen without the slightest hesitation. Didn't that mean that Yi Shiwen could also kill him like this? At this time, the serious injuries on his body from Yi Shiwen had also recovered a little. However, in such a short time, there was no way for him to recover to his peak state. "Go, let's attack together and avenge the young master." At this time, the masters who had been seriously injured by the aftermath of the battle rushed towards Yi Shiwen one after another. Yi Shiwen sneered and directly slashed out sword aura that filled the sky. These masters who rushed towards Yi Shiwen were killed on the spot. They were not Yi Shiwen's match at all, and their bodies exploded on the spot. Elixirs, magic treasures, and Taoist books all burst out at once. Even their spatial rings were destroyed on the spot by Yi Shiwen's sword. Then Yi Shiwen directly grabbed all of them in his hand. When Beishanju saw this scene, his eyes were wide open. He was almost scared to death. Now that both sides were dead, he was the only one left. Damn it! Why am I so unlucky to meet such a monster? He watched helplessly as his own team was destroyed, and then Jiagu Jingshua's team. The two teams made up of masters could protect themselves in any situation, but they were defeated by Yi Shiwen. And most importantly, Yi Shiwen had fought 2 battles in a row, but he was still full of vigor and did not look tired at all. This made Beishanju abnormally frightened. Such a person with such high strength and similarly vigorous qi was simply an unparalleled monster. At this time, his first reaction was to escape. He suddenly took a step forward, turned into a stream of light, and fled into the sky. Yi Shiwen was about to chase after him, but suddenly he heard a terrifying roar in the sky. A big hand grabbed out from the void, and Beishanju immediately screamed in pain. He was directly grabbed by this big hand, and he had no strength to fight back. Then he was forcibly grabbed into a mass of blood mist, which was then absorbed by this big hand. What is that? Someone looked at the big hand in the void in front of him dumbfoundedly, feeling a little scared. What kind of person was Beishanju? With his cultivation, even if he was not Yi Shiwen's match, and even if he had been stripped of his 7-colored treasured clothes, he was still the most terrifying person. He was the person that should not be provoked. But now, Beishanju was directly grabbed by this big hand and then exploded into a mass of blood mist which was absorbed. This scene gave them a very shocking feeling, and they were almost scared to death. This was simply like the most terrifying miracle. They had never thought that they would see such a terrifying scene. Moreover, unknown danger was the most terrifying, and it shocked them even more than Yi Shiwen. *CK. How did this zombie chase us here? Yi Shiwen looked at the big hairy hand and knew that it must be the zombie that 5 Elements Supreme had turned into after he passed away. How powerful was 5 Elements Supreme when he was alive? Even if he turned into a zombie after his death, he would still be the source of calamity. Perhaps the fresh blood had attracted this zombie. No matter what the reason was, he could not stay here any longer. He immediately grabbed Jiagu Jingshua's corpse, and the demon wings on his back spread out on the spot. In the blink of an eye, he had already disappeared from this side of the world. At the same time, Yi Shiwen clearly saw a huge figure wreaking havoc behind him. It was like the most terrifying monster in the shadows, and screams were constantly coming out. Some people who could not escape in time became food in the stomach of this zombie. They were not a match for this ferocious creature that had used the law of heaven and earth to become extremely huge. At this time, everyone remembered why Yi Shiwen had run away as soon as he saw this zombie. It was obvious that he had already encountered the zombie once, but he hadn't told them about it. One after another, they ran away while cursing loudly. They wished that they could curse Yi Shiwen's 18 generations of ancestors, but it was still useless. Under the strangulation of this zombie, blood flowed like a river and corpses were everywhere. This zombie did not hold back at all. It seemed to be extremely angry with these uninvited guests who broke into its cave residence. These had nothing to do with Yi Shiwen for the time being. With these people holding back the zombie, Yi Shiwen escaped smoothly. At this time, he had time to check Jiagu Jingshua's wealth. After erasing the restriction on his space ring, Yi Shiwen immediately explored it with his spirit. At this time, he could not help but sigh. Jiagu Jingshua was indeed a famous young genius of the Jiagu clan for many years. His wealth was far beyond the imagination of ordinary people. There were 5 spirit crystal mineral veins alone. The remaining scattered spirit crystals added up to 5 spirit crystal mineral veins. In other words, he had more than 100 billion in wealth, not to mention all kinds of elixirs, magic weapons, and so on. But what really made him overjoyed was that he found the cultivation method of netherworld ghost flame magic power in the spatial ring. This made him feel as if a lottery had suddenly fallen from the sky. One must know, in order to prevent their own martial arts practice from being leaked to outsiders, they often chose to memorize it in their mind. And for truth-level martial artists, their brain was like a super optical computer. They would never forget what they had read. So it was often the most difficult to find this kind of martial arts secret book. He could find the secret of 5 elements supreme in this cave residence, because this was the cave residence of 5 elements supreme. Was there a safer place than this? If it was useless to hide here, then it was useless to hide anywhere else. Even the nest was destroyed, then everything would be meaningless. But now, very few people would carry martial arts with them. This might be obtained by others. From this, it could be seen how confident Jiagu Jingshua was. He was confident that he would never be defeated by others. Unexpectedly, he was defeated by Yi Shiwen in the end. Even the netherworld ghost flame divine technique fell into Yi Shiwen's hands. Moreover, this netherworld ghost flame divine technique was not an ordinary rubbing version. Their insights and cultivation methods left by the ancestors. If he could comprehend it from time to time, the netherworld ghost flame divine technique could also improve rapidly. This was the fundamental reason why Jiagu Zhengshua kept this version of the netherworld ghost flame divine technique with him. Otherwise, he would have burned it long ago. Chapter 1540. But now, Yi Shiwen had benefited from all of these. Yi Shiwen really wanted to have time to comprehend the netherworld ghost flame divine technique. He also needed time to refine the 7-color treasure robe. All of these required time. Moreover, he had obtained a total of 110 spirit crystal mineral veins this time. It would take him some time to digest them. For him, piling up spirit crystals was of no value. Only using them on himself would be of value. These 110 small spirit crystal mineral veins were enough to make his strength skyrocket. Of course, the premise was that he needed some time to digest them. Time. For ordinary people, time was the last thing they lacked. But for Yi Shiwen, time was the most important thing. His top priority now was to find Fang Qi, who was among them. He didn't know how far the competition had progressed. At the same time, he had to avoid the zombie of 5 elements supreme, who was constantly harassing him from behind. Once he was targeted by the zombie, he would be doomed. The scene was chaotic, as more and more rooms were discovered. The treasures inside caused many people to start fighting crazily in order to seize the treasures inside. Furthermore, there were some who had already heard that a zombie had appeared in this cave. Moreover, it was extremely terrifying and unstoppable. However, due to the greed in their hearts, no one wanted to give up so easily before they actually encountered the zombie and knew how terrifying it was. In such a chaotic situation, Yi Shiwen shuttled back and forth in this well-connected cave mansion. Several times, he almost encountered the zombie that was scurrying around in all directions. Fortunately, Yi Shiwen was particularly sensitive to auras, so he was always able to discover this zombie one step ahead and avoid it in advance. However, other people weren't so lucky. Almost everywhere the zombie passed through, there was a sea of blood and mountains of corpses. Every time, only a part of the people were able to escape. Moreover, most of the people couldn't even escape from the zombies' clutches. As time passed, more and more people began to understand the horror of the zombie and began to slowly withdraw from the cave mansion. Yi Shiwen jumped out of a room. However, he didn't gain anything. Not every room had a huge amount of wealth. Yi Shiwen had discovered hundreds of small spirit crystal mineral veins in the beginning. However, there was only one room. Yi Shiwen hadn't heard of any other similar fortuitous encounters during this period of time. Suddenly, 3 streamers of light crazily flew over from afar. Yi Shiwen looked at them attentively and saw that the leader was none other than Feng Qi. Although Feng Qi was wearing a white robe and a mask, but Yi Shiwen still recognized him at a glance. After searching for so long, he finally found Feng Qi. But when he looked carefully, he saw that Feng Qi was in an extremely embarrassing situation. There was an extremely deep crack on his chest that stretched from his shoulder to his lower abdomen. Blood kept gushing out from the wound. If it was a little deeper, Yi Shiwen had no doubt that his whole body would have been split into 2 on the spot. His intestines and internal organs could be faintly seen. There were countless other big and small wounds on his body. But at this time, he didn't seem to have the intention to stop. He continued to run for his life in the air. And behind him, 2 figures were chasing him. They were firmly locked onto Feng Qi. It seemed as if they were determined to kill him. Just like Feng Qi, they had also disguised themselves. Both of them were wearing golden robes, which symbolized the golden color of the gods. Their masks had been specially processed. Unless they wanted to, no outsider would be able to see the expression on their faces. The function of the mask was basically the same as the one that was given to him by the Alliance of God. Yi Shiwen immediately judged that these 2 should be the Xiantian Alliance's divine envoys. Seeing Feng Qi being chased like this, Yi Shiwen's first reaction was that he had succeeded. If he had not succeeded, why would these 2 people from the Xiantian Alliance chase after Feng Qi? Damn human, hand over the magic tool, and we will spare your life. Among the 2 Xiantian Alliance's divine envoys, the tall and skinny one said in a low, muffled voice. The other one, who had a medium build, did not say a word. He kept forming one talisman after another in the air and launched them at Feng Qi. Feng Qi evaded the attack of these seals and said with a sneer, "If you have the ability, then continue to chase me." "It's useless. Your last struggle is useless. You've been hit by my saber, and my saber chi contains my god's divine skill. Without enough time, you won't be able to recover. In this short period of time, you'll be severely injured and defeated. As long as you hand over the artifact, not only can I spare your life, I can also recommend you to join our innate alliance. Isn't that better than being a human oracle alliance?" The tall and skinny god's messenger continued to tempt Yi Shiwen. "Uft, you guys have forgotten your roots. I am different from you. Even if I die, I will not let you have it. At worst, I will blow it up and no one will get it. Ha ha ha." Feng Qi laughed and said with a crazed look on his face. The tall and skinny divine envoys said coldly, "Since you refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit, then don't blame me." As he spoke, he also joined in the attack against Feng Qi. The reason why he didn't use his full strength before was because he was afraid that he would completely anger Feng Qi and cause the magic tool to explode. If that happened, no one would be able to obtain it, and this was not what he wanted. Now he could see that Feng Qi would rather die than let them have the magic tool. So there was nothing to worry about. Even if there was no other way, he would still kill this human divine envoys. Then he would find a way to find out about the inheritance of the gods. Maybe he would be able to obtain great benefits. Just killing a human divine envoys and reporting it to the Xiantian Alliance would be a great contribution. A bronze long saber appeared in the hands of the tall and skinny divine envoys. The evil chi instantly swept out, and the saber instantly slashed out. It tore the sky apart and instantly hit Fang Chi's back. Fang Chi, who had just dodged the attack, was completely unprepared and was hit on the spot. Bang! Fang Chi was directly hit by the saber and hit the ground hard. He rolled a few times on the ground and grimaced in pain. He didn't know how many bones in his body were broken. On his back, a huge wound was torn open and blood was spurting out like a pillar. "Number 9, it's me. You lead them to the southeast, and I will deal with them." Just when Fang Chi thought that he was about to die and there was no hope, he suddenly received Yi Shiwen's voice transmission. Suddenly his heart was filled with ecstasy, and a glimmer of hope spread in his heart. At this time, he had no time to observe Yi Shiwen's whereabouts. Time simply didn't allow him to do so. He suddenly stepped on the ground, and his figure suddenly moved horizontally and quickly swept towards the southeast direction. Boom! At the moment when he moved, there was suddenly a huge saber chi at the position where he was standing. It directly cut open a huge crack in the ground where he was standing. The two of them didn't notice anything strange and immediately rushed out to chase after him. Fang Chi flew all the way to the southeast at an extremely fast speed. He did not even hesitate to burn his genuine in order to increase his speed. The two people behind him were in hot pursuit. In their opinion, Fang Chi would soon be unable to hold on. At this time, they must not let him go. But at this moment, a sudden change occurred. In the void, endless Lingqi suddenly gathered in one place. Then, the void suddenly split open, and a huge crack suddenly appeared. There was a faint roar of a huge, buzzing sound. The entire void was boiling. The sky and the earth cracked. The whole world was shattered on the spot. In this terrible storm, an amazing saber chi swept out in the void and instantly cut through the sky at an amazing speed towards the two people who were chasing Fang Chi. Oh no! The tall and thin divine emissary reacted immediately. The saber chi was too amazing. It almost slashed out with the power of the dimension. He was also a saber user, so he reacted almost immediately. Puff! The other divine emissary with a medium build did not have time to react. He was directly cut by the terrible saber chi on the spot. It was a terrible saber chi that could kill immortals and gods. Many of the celestial devices on his body instantly exploded in an attempt to protect him. But in the face of this saber chi, they were simply vulnerable. Even the celestial devices of the heaven grade were useless. Countless golden divine powers boiled up and tried to protect him, but it was useless. The divine powers blessed by the gods were almost cut in an instant, and the saber chi fell on his body. His body was cut into two on the spot and exploded in the void. The saber chi did not lose its momentum. It went straight towards the tall and thin divine emissary. The tall and thin divine emissary reacted at this critical moment. He suddenly turned his body and his whole arm was cut off in an instant. It exploded in the air. Ah! The divine emissary let out a blood-curdling scream and tumbled to the side. He looked at the void in horror and disbelief. Just a moment ago, he was almost killed on the spot like the other divine emissary. He almost died on the spot. If the saber chi had not stopped for a moment when it killed the divine emissary, it would not have given him enough time to react. Perhaps he would have been killed on the spot as well. Chapter 1541. Huff, huff, huff. Only the sound of heavy breathing could be heard in the whole place. Fang Chi was seriously injured. At this time he finally saw Yi Shiwen, so he reluctantly stopped and began to treat his injuries. His injuries could not be delayed any longer. Originally, according to the two Xian-Tian Alliance's thoughts, if this continued, he would only end up dying on the spot. Death from serious injuries, there was no other ending. As for the skinny and tall oracle, his eyes were still filled with disbelief. He almost died together with Fang Chi. At this time his eyes were filled with fear. Come out. Who is it?" The tall and thin divine emissary shouted loudly. The terrible sound waves stirred the space like waves undulating. In the void, a figure in a white robe walked out. He wore the same mask as Feng Qi and looked coldly at the tall and thin divine emissary. "Damn, there was an ambush. I was too careless." The skinny and tall oracle gritted his teeth and said, "Because before, there was not the slightest sign that Feng Qi might have companions." So they slowly relaxed their vigilance. If he had companions, they should have already come out. In the process of the chase, Feng Qi could be said to have escaped several times by luck. If he had companions, he should have already come out to help. He did not expect that they would be waiting for him here. Once they attacked, they directly killed his companions, and even he was seriously injured. He suddenly realized that the new master in front of him was also panting heavily. He suddenly thought of a possibility, that is, this person has also exhausted his strength. Suddenly, the idea of leaving suddenly faded. That attack just now was too terrifying. Not to mention a surprise attack. Even if he took it head on, he would only end up being killed on the spot. If he did not dodge quickly, perhaps his fate would not be any better than the others. Such an attack was not something that a sixth sky of celestial realm could release. Even if he sealed his cultivation, it was impossible. Then there was only one possibility. He must have used some kind of magic tool or some kind of secret technique. If he wanted to release such an attack, he must have paid a price. And this person in front of him was probably already a paper tiger. Otherwise, how could he not take advantage of the victory and kill him? Thinking of this, all the mysteries were suddenly solved. He originally wanted to escape, but at this time he had already forgotten about it. Although he had lost an arm, he felt that he was much better off than the two of them, one injured and the other disabled. He looked coldly at Yi Shiwen, who had just come out, and said, "Who are you? Why have I never seen you before? Are you a new member?" There were very few divine envoys who knew each other's true faces, but this didn't prevent them from understanding each other, especially the martial arts they used. It was very easy to determine who they were. There were only 9 official members of the Oracle League. Apart from Feng Qi, he knew about the other 8. That couldn't be the case. There was something wrong with his aura, so there was only one possibility, and that was that this person was new. That was the only explanation. A faint excitement rose in his heart. Newcomers were relatively easy to deal with. It seemed that he was about to strike it rich this time. Killing these 2 was the minimum requirement. If he could capture one of them alive, then he would be able to find a lot of things by following the vines to the melon. Maybe he could completely destroy the Oracle Alliance in one fell swoop. If that was the case, he could save a lot of trouble and speed up the return of the gods. It should be known that God envoys were different from ordinary people. They were the most trusted believers of the gods, and their relationship was extremely close. Similarly, every god envoy wouldn't be an ordinary person. Hence, although there weren't many god envoys, they were definitely terrifying top-notch experts. This was also the reason why, despite their small number, they had always been the headaches of various major forces in the ancient Barrens continent. They didn't have many people, and they didn't have any major forces. Hence, it was very easy for them to break up. It was basically impossible for ordinary people to find them. Furthermore, they were basically standing at the peak of the ancient Barrens continent. Even if ordinary people were to find them, they wouldn't be their opponents. Those top-notch experts who could contend against god envoys were undoubtedly the top-notch experts of various major forces. They were the pillars of their existence. In the past, there had been situations where many forces encircled and annihilated the Oracle Alliance. In the end, the most active forces experts were all killed, and the force declined directly. Some were even exterminated by their enemies. Hence, very few people continued to harm themselves to benefit others. Hence, it slowly evolved into the Oracle Alliance. Only the Oracle Alliance could deal with the Oracle Alliance. Fortunately, there were many conflicts between the Oracle Alliance members, and they killed each other. Otherwise, the ancient Barrens continent wouldn't have ended up like this. The terror of the Oracle Alliance wasn't limited to ordinary people. It was the same for the Oracle Alliance members. It wasn't easy to kill an Oracle Alliance member. Many oracles had their own trump cards, and there was no way to kill them. Fang Qi was chased by two experts of the same level for such a long time and suffered such heavy injuries. Yet, he could still hold on until Yi Shiwen arrived. One could imagine how powerful the Oracle Alliance members were. Just now, Yi Shiwen only used a sneak attack to kill the two defenseless people. One was killed, and the other was heavily injured. Otherwise, who knew how the battle would turn out if they faced each other head-on? Because of this, even though the Oracle Alliance formed by human god messengers was the weakest among all the god messengers organizations, and even the strongest Xian Tian Alliance couldn't eliminate them after so many years. If he could follow this clue and find some clues and destroy the Oracle Alliance in one fell swoop, his contribution would be unparalleled. At that time, he would definitely be rewarded handsomely by the Xian Tian Alliance's higher-ups. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel a little excited. Moreover, in his eyes, the two of them were already lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Yi Shiwen looked at him indifferently, and his breathing gradually calmed down. Just as he expected, Yi Shiwen had indeed exhausted all the qi in his body. If not, he wouldn't be forced out by this skinny Oracle Alliance member with such a simple method. That was because he really didn't have much qi left. He couldn't even hide in the void anymore. This was Yi Shiwen's second time fighting with the Oracle Alliance member, but the last time he watched Fang Qi fight with the two Sea Race experts. It was enough to see how terrifying the Oracle Alliance member was. It was far beyond the ordinary geniuses. This made him extremely afraid, and he had no choice but to kill the Oracle Alliance member. He took out the Emergent's immortal exterminating saber and attacked with all his strength. But unfortunately, it was all in vain. Only one of them was killed on the spot, and the remaining one only had his arm cut off. It was not even a serious injury. If it was in the outside world, Yi Shiwen's only choice was to run away when he encountered these two Oracle Alliance members. The current him was indeed not a match for these people, and he still needed time to grow. Behind him, Fang Qi was sitting in midair, and the light of the divine technique on his body illuminated most of the void. He was using the divine technique to heal himself. Although the effect was not as good as the Phoenix regeneration technique, it was after all a martial technique bestowed by the gods. Naturally, the healing effect was unquestionable. Ordinary wounds would have healed long ago, but because the wound this time was too severe, it was delayed until now. Newcomer, I advise you to surrender obediently. If you can reveal some information about your Oracle Alliance, maybe it will be useful, and you can be introduced to the First Heaven Alliance. An arm slowly grew out of the tall and skinny divine emissary. It wasn't a corporeal body, but an arm made of energy. Although it was just an arm made of energy, its might wasn't any weaker than a corporeal body. This was also an inherited cultivation technique passed down by his god. He continued to restore his arrogant expression and glanced at Yi Shiwen condescendingly, thinking that victory was in his hands. What's wrong with today? Why do all of you want me to surrender? And each of you is so confident that I will surrender. Yi Shiwen said with a cold smile. His voice seemed muffled through the mask, and it was hard to tell whether it was a man or a woman. Do you want to resist stubbornly? I know you should have some secrets, but so what? You have no Jinyuan now. The thin and tall Oracle Alliance member looked at Yi Shiwen coldly and said, Without Jinyuan, you are just a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Do you know what happened to the last person who tried to persuade me to surrender? Yi Shiwen looked at the thin and tall Oracle Alliance member and asked. Without waiting for the Oracle Alliance member to answer, Yi Shiwen said to himself, Now, I have already sent him to hell. Why? Do you want to go down and accompany him? Little by little, Yi Shiwen's Jinyuan started to boil, and his imposing aura also started to rise little by little. Recovered a little? The thin and tall Oracle Alliance member glanced at Yi Shiwen and said calmly, "Do you think I can't see through your thoughts? It's nothing more than trying to stall for time while talking, and then buying more time for yourself to recover Jin Yuan. That's all. What's the use of that time? In such a short time, even if I give you several times more time, it will still be useless. You are simply not my opponent. Today, the fate of the two of you has already been decided. I originally wanted to give you a chance, but I didn't expect that you two would be so stubborn, so don't blame me. You talk a bit too much nonsense. Do you really think that in such a short time I won't be able to recover much?" Yi Shiwen calmly looked at the thin and tall Oracle Alliance member and said in a cold voice, "You are very smart, and you can also see my current state, but you have miscalculated one thing, and this one thing is enough to get you killed." After saying this, Yi Shiwen's aura crazily soared, and it didn't look like he was exhausted like before. Chapter 1542. This thin and tall oracle had calculated everything, including the current situation of Yi Shiwen and Fang Qi. However, he had missed one point, and that was Yi Shiwen's recovery speed. It was impossible for him to think that there was actually a martial art like Phoenix regeneration technique that could restore himself to the peak state in such a short period of time. Although this period of time was not enough for him to recover to the peak, but it was enough for him to recover a small part of his qi, enough for him to fight a battle. This little miscalculation might not be a big deal in normal times, but at this time it could become the most fatal point. At this time, the eyes of that thin and tall oracle also flashed a bit of a horrified expression. The speed of Yi Shiwen's skincare was still far beyond his expectations, and then a bit of a sharp light flashed in his eyes. Yi Shiwen's recovery speed was very fast, but because of this, he could not let him continue to recover like this. Boom! This thin and tall oracle took a step forward, and a vigorous aura instantly overflowed. His body's qi and blood surged in an instant, and there was a kind of faint divine coercion that shrouded Yi Shiwen. The bronze long blade in his hand began to buzz, and there was a faint roar of a fierce beast boiling in it, and around his body a terrible energy condensed, which made the whole world shatter on the spot. A vast aura swept out, sweeping out in all directions. It was unbelievable. This was like the power of a god. Shwa! He suddenly took a step, and his body flashed with a burst of golden light. His body instantly disappeared, and when he reappeared, he had already appeared in front of Yi Shiwen. The long blade suddenly chopped down, bringing with it a boundless momentum, vast and indistinct, as if the world was splitting apart and swept 300 miles. And at this time, Yi Shiwen directly pointed in the air, sky-shaking form. The air trembled madly, as if it were a picture scroll. It twisted and then shattered, and a terrifying force of energy shot out, piercing through the vast expanse to meet the blade. Boom! The terrifying blade light and the finger energy collided in the air, shattering everything. The space was like the surface of water, fluctuating wildly. Then, unable to hold on, unable to contain such a huge amount of energy, it completely shattered. The battle between the two was like a celestial being. Originally, the sixth layer of the celestial realm could be said to be a very big threshold and also a peak state. In addition, both of them had the inheritance of the gods, so they were the top figures in this realm. Although Yi Shiwen had not yet stepped into the sixth layer of the celestial realm, but his fighting strength could already be regarded as the invincible king in this realm, second only to the giants of the seventh layer of the celestial realm. Thus, as soon as the two of them exchanged blows, the heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. It was extraordinarily intense. In addition, the two of them did not hold back at all. In fact, they were aiming to kill each other. At this moment, the situation was even more tragic. This was a terrifying collision. Both sides were exchanging blows without any pause, especially that tall and thin divine envoy. He didn't dare to let Yi Shiwen continue to recover. Boom! It was another terrifying collision. That tall and thin divine envoy retreated again, and again his face was ashen. He actually couldn't take down Yi Shiwen. On the contrary, his arm was faintly collapsing, although that arm of his was only condensed from energy. In terms of power, it was not inferior to the flesh, and even more tyrannical than the flesh. Unexpectedly, he was at a disadvantage in the collision, and faintly his entire arm was about to collapse. If it was the flesh, he might have broken bones by now, blood splashing out, and the flesh would be badly mutilated. There was fear in his eyes as he looked at Yi Shiwen, but more than that, there was killing intent. The more outstanding Yi Shiwen's performance was, the more he feared Yi Shiwen, so he had to deal with him quickly. The long blade in his hand buzzed, and the roar of a ferocious beast swept across. He took a step forward and launched another attack towards Yi Shiwen. All the blood in his body began to surge, and the golden divine power covered it. It was as if he was a god who had descended to the world. "Today, I will make you die without a place to bury your body." He roared like a wounded beast, and the saber energy swept wildly, forming a sea of saber energy. The divine power in it boiled and instantly shrouded Yi Shiwen. It was as if a real world of saber energy had been formed, and it was incomparably shocking. In an instant, the entire vast sky was cut into pieces. This large expanse of saber energy instantly condensed into a huge net, shrouding Yi Shiwen, sealing all his escape routes, not giving him the slightest chance to breathe. Humph! Yi Shiwen gave a loud shout, raised his hand, and pointed his finger. Endless Zhanyuan splashed out from his fingertips, and a circle of terrifying energy spread out in all directions like the waves of the sea. The endless Bladiki hadn't even approached Yi Shiwen when it was directly smashed into pieces by this energy. Then Yi Shiwen's finger pierced through the sky and went straight towards the tall and skinny divine envoy. To catch bandits, one must first capture the leader. Killing him would solve the current crisis. Rumble! A series of crazy explosions, and the sky full of saber energy directly shrouded Yi Shiwen, and shrouded him, like falling rain, swept down, and directly fell on Yi Shiwen's body. The sky collapsed, and endless smoke and dust raged, and the energy swept wildly. That tall and thin divine envoy looked into the void and saw that in the endless energy storm, Yi Shiwen's body had formed an ancient cauldron, protecting him in it. The endless energy waves had no way to fall on his body, and on the contrary, all of them had been completely annihilated 3 feet away from his body. How is this possible? He was a little shocked and a little frightened. Yi Shiwen was in high spirits and did not have the slightest fatigue after the battle. On the contrary, he was getting more and more energetic. What did this mean? It meant that for Yi Shiwen, the collision just now was nothing at all. His recovery speed even exceeded the speed of consumption. He couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. This recovery speed is too fast. In this case, who is his opponent? Wouldn't he be tortured to death? He wanted to know more, but there was no way. He knew too little about Yi Shiwen, the new member of the Oracle Alliance, and he didn't even know what Yi Shiwen was good at. And this time it should be said that it was also Yi Shiwen's first mission as a member of the Oracle Alliance, so other people didn't know Yi Shiwen's various information at all. However, Yi Shiwen didn't wait for him to think too much. Yi Shiwen's chi directly broke through the vast sky, just like a tide sweeping over, bursting out a terrifying light in the sky, directly breaking through his Daoqi. Yi Shiwen's Daoqi covered the sky, but he only broke through the sky. The entire starry sky exploded in an instant, and the energy was like a hot knife through butter. A wall composed of divine power appeared in front of the tall and thin divine envoy, and instantly blocked in front of Yi Shiwen's finger. Boom! It was like a meteorite smashing into the magma, setting off boundless waves. In the end, Yi Shiwen's energy was still an arrow at the end of its flight, and it was not enough to penetrate this wall composed of divine power. That thin and tall oracle didn't even have time to catch his breath, but he didn't know when Yi Shiwen had already appeared in front of him. He only felt a blur in front of him, and Yi Shiwen had already appeared in front of him. So fast! He was secretly shocked in his heart, and he only had time to raise his hand to block, but he saw a sword light directly breaking through the vast sky and slash down on his arm. Boom! His arm was slashed and exploded on the spot. That energy arm finally couldn't support completely, and it was chopped off by Yi Shiwen's sword. However, this also bought him some time. His body directly moved back a distance of hundreds of feet, directly avoiding the range of Yi Shiwen's sword light. Right at this moment, when he was finally able to catch his breath with great difficulty, a spear suddenly tore through the sky and swept towards him. Pucci! Although the tall and thin divine envoy had tried his best to dodge, there was no way to avoid the spear at all. His other remaining arm was also pierced on the spot by this spear, and the terrifying penetrating power brought his whole body flying out, and he was severely nailed into the wall. Boom! His whole body smashed into the wall, and a human-shaped pit was formed. Don't cough, don't underestimate me. Fang Qi, who was recuperating on the side, suddenly said. The person who had just attacked was none other than Fang Qi. Although Fang Qi had been chased like a stray dog, but in essence he was still a tyrannical divine envoy. It was only because he had faced two experts of the same level that he was in such a difficult situation. In a one-on-one fight, he had never been afraid of anyone. Even when he was recuperating, his vision was still accurate, and he instantly attacked, fast, accurate, and ruthless. Just when the tall and thin divine envoy had almost forgotten that he was a cripple, Fang Qi attacked and killed him in one blow. The tall and thin divine envoy struggled a bit, but it was useless. This bronze spear had supreme power, like a weapon used by the gods. Once he was nailed by it, he would not be able to escape in a short period of time. And at this time, Yi Shiwen had already rushed up to kill. Although he and Fang Qi didn't have a tacit understanding, but his speed was enough to make up for everything. The sword key dispersed in midair, forming a sword lotus, which fell on the spot and went straight towards the divine envoy. Ah! This god's envoy roared, and his figure suddenly leapt out, dodging Yi Shiwen's deadly sword lotus. Boom! Endless smoke and dust dispersed in all directions. Yi Shiwen looked through the smoke and saw that the divine envoy who had been nailed to the wall only had one arm. At the critical moment, he had sacrificed his own arm in exchange for an opportunity to escape. It could be said that he was ruthless and merciless. A truly ruthless person wasn't ruthless to others, but to himself. Chapter 1543. There was no doubt that this thin and tall oracle met such conditions. He was absolutely cruel and merciless. He did not show the slightest mercy to Fang Qi, and now he did not hesitate to be cruel and merciless to Yi Shiwen. To be able to make such a decision in that instant, he could definitely be called a ruthless person of his generation. Fang Qi saw that he was not able to kill him in one blow, and he was also somewhat in disbelief. Huff, huff! That thin and tall oracle was constantly panting in the air, and even the breath he exhaled contained the smell of blood. It could be seen to what extent his injuries were now. But he had no choice, and there was no way out. It was not easy to escape a fatal blow, and at this time his heart was incomparably glad that he would have died in the hands of Yi Shiwen. He stopped the bleeding from the broken arm, and little by little the energy arm grew back. This was good. Both of his arms had become energy arms. Even so, it was not something that the average person could accomplish. With the exception of some extreme martial arts, if a limb were to be severed, that limb could only be reattached within a short period of time. Otherwise, that limb would be the equivalent of a cripple. That was something that would not change even after stepping into the sky human stage. Even if it was the generation of energy arms, this was the ability of gods, and only divine techniques could do it, and mortals could not do it at all. It was rumored that there were countless Dharma forms of gods. Some had 3 heads and 6 arms, and some even had 1,000 arms and 100 eyes. Naturally, those were not naturally formed. They were all formed by energy. Even so, these energy limbs were not inferior to ordinary limbs. This was the power of gods. Cutting off an arm to survive, is the god behind you a gecko? Otherwise, why would he teach you these things? Yi Shiwen said in a somewhat contemptuous tone, and did not care about letting him escape. Damn, you dare to blaspheme the gods. You are also an oracle, and yet you blaspheme the gods like this. Are you not afraid of divine punishment? This thin and tall oracle stared at Yi Shiwen hatefully, and Yi Shiwen actually blasphemed his most respected god. For him, this was simply unforgivable. Gods? If the gods are that kind of selfish people, then I don't want them. Moreover, I don't know where those people have gone to. If they have the ability, then let them crawl out of their graves. Yi Shiwen said with a cold smile. You, that skinny and tall oracle, was suddenly at a loss for words. He didn't expect that Yi Shiwen would be so disrespectful towards the gods. Moreover, he didn't even have the slightest bit of awe towards the gods. This was simply unimaginable for an orthodox oracle like him. Every move of these oracles could be known by the god behind them, as long as the name of this god was mentioned. Even if they were thousands of miles away, they could still be sensed. This was the power of the gods. Therefore, when they mentioned him, they only dared to say that it was him. They definitely did not dare to mention his name. Even he did not dare to mention the name of a human god carelessly. Just the name alone had made them so nervous. So, they couldn't imagine how Yi Shiwen had developed such a lawless character. He was so disrespectful to the gods. He was not an ordinary person. Ordinary people didn't know the existence of the gods, or were not sure of the existence of the gods. But he obviously knew the existence of the gods, and still dared to be so disrespectful. You dare to blaspheme the gods. You will be punished by the gods. Even the gods behind you will never allow you to blaspheme the gods like this. This thin and tall oracle roared angrily, like a beast whose territory had been violated. Yi Shiwen scoffed at this. In a sense, the gods were like those ancient officials. They could fight to the death with each other, but they would never allow the commoners to violate them in the slightest. Even if the commoners complained to the officials, they would have to go through torture such as rolling on a nail board. This was to maintain the dignity of the officials. The gods in this world were the same. In the mythological era, no one dared to disrespect the gods. No matter which clan the gods belonged to, they had to lower their heads in the face of such a great existence and prostrate in front of the gods. Blasphemy? Ridiculous. Yi Shiwen looked at this skinny and tall god's envoy as if he was looking at a pitiful dog. Moreover, it was a brainwashed dog. Feng Qi and the others also understood that these gods' envoys of innate alliance were merely dogs reared by those innate gods to fight for the human race. Yi Shiwen finally made his move. He didn't have the patience to continue waiting like this. He took a step forward, and the imposing aura swept out of his body. After such a long time, his imposing aura had also climbed to the peak. The magic of the Phoenix regeneration technique had once again been verified. At the same time, the tall and skinny oracle suffered heavy injuries. Under such circumstances, the situation was fundamentally different from just now. Shwa! Yi Shiwen took a step forward, and his figure instantly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already in front of the skinny and tall divine emissary. He suddenly thrust his sword, and countless sword Tao principles began to bloom around the sword light. It flew up and down, and its speed was extremely fast. The skinny and tall divine emissary only had time to see the sword light, and the long sword had instantly stabbed in front of him. In an instant, a wall of divine power was erected in front of him to protect him. The sword light suddenly pierced through the divine power wall. Crack! 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 The layer of divine power wall was shattered little by little. Unlike before, this time Yi Shiwen used his full strength. Then, an extremely terrifying sword chi instantly jumped out and traversed hundreds of feet. Boom! The sword light ruthlessly bombarded the body of the tall and thin divine emissary with the speed of a sudden clap of thunder. Rumble! A series of explosions sounded. Countless magic weapons on his body suddenly exploded. The sword light was directly cut by Yi Shiwen. However, the sword light's momentum did not decrease and directly slashed his body. Puchi! The sword light directly pierced into his body. In the end, he still could not compare with Yi Shiwen's physical body. One sword completely pierced through him. The long sword with unparalleled inertia directly nailed this thin and tall oracle into the wall. The sword light in Yi Shiwen's hand directly pierced a huge hole in his body. You! This thin and tall oracle stared at Yi Shiwen with his eyes wide open. He suddenly died with a grievance. He stared at Yi Shiwen in a daze and stopped breathing. He probably never dreamed that he would die in Yi Shiwen's hands like this. Yi Shiwen heaved a sigh of relief after killing this god's messenger. He was just about to search for the wealth of this god's messenger when suddenly a loud bang resounded and this god's messenger directly exploded into a mass of blood mist. The terrifying shock wave directly blew Yi Shiwen hundreds of meters away. A bit of blood overflowed from the corner of his mouth. He couldn't believe what was going on. Probably the self-protection program in his body has been activated. Some gods directly buried a wisp of their soul in their oracle's body to prevent their inheritance from being leaked to outsiders. As long as he stops breathing, it will directly explode. If someone is too close, they can easily be killed by him. At this time, Feng Qi's voice came over and said, Yi Shiwen was somewhat stunned. It was really vicious. If he had fought with this tall and thin god's envoy a moment ago, then it was very likely that he would have been killed on the spot by such an explosion. In fact, it was very likely that he would have been seriously injured. In that case, he would have gone for wool and come home shorn. However, his tyrant body was after all extraordinary. In just a moment, he had already suppressed the boiling blood and almost recovered. Are you okay? Yi Shiwen looked at Feng Qi and asked. Just now, his body could be said to be not in a good place. At this time, his body was still emitting colorful rays of light. He was constantly operating the divine technique to heal his injuries. However, compared to a moment ago, there was a significant improvement. Yes, I almost died, Feng Qi said. Yi Shiwen was a bit embarrassed. He came late and caused Feng Qi to be in such a state. Otherwise, he would not have been in such a state. Did you get the divine tool? Yi Shiwen asked. Of course. Otherwise, they wouldn't be chasing me like mad dogs. Feng Qi said with a sneer. No matter what, this is not a good place to recuperate. Yi Shiwen said. Now there is a zombie in this cave mansion chasing people everywhere. If it was not to find you, I would have already left. Damn, why didn't you say so earlier? Hurry up and go, Feng Qi quickly said. He had personally witnessed Yi Shiwen's fighting prowess. He was afraid that it would be difficult for him to meet a worthy opponent in the 6th heavenly layer of celestial being realm. So, the strength of the zombie must be terrifyingly strong. Although outsiders had to seal their strength to the 6th heavenly layer of celestial being realm to enter the immortal's cave, but the original creatures in the immortal's cave did not have this restriction, just like that powerful wind Qilin. For Yi Shiwen to be so afraid of it, it probably had the strength to tear apart a master of the 6th sky of celestial realm. He was very confident in this point. The two began to frantically escape outside. Sure enough, near the entrance of the cave, an incomparably huge zombie was wantonly killing, directly blocking the entrance of the cave, making it impossible for people to pass through. This zombie was constantly roaring, its roar shaking all directions. Even though the entrance to the cave was very big, and under normal circumstances, it would have been impossible to completely block it. However, this zombie had already enlarged itself and used the Dermic world magic power. With such a huge body, It directly blocked up the entrance to the cave. Many people wanted to escape, but it was impossible. At this time, many masters in the cave couldn't help but feel a sense of fear when facing this fierce monster. Chapter 1544. Holy *T. How did such a big beast come into being? Fang Qi looked at the huge monster in front of him and couldn't help but say. Yi Shiwen was somewhat embarrassed. It seemed that this zombie had mutated after he had entered the cave. However, he didn't hide it and directly told Fang Qi. So this is the owner of this cave mansion, 5 Element Supreme. I didn't expect it to be him. Fang Qi narrowed his eyes and said, I understand. The reason why 5 Element Supreme didn't turn into a zombie is probably because of the Wind Qilin. The Wind Qilin is the auspicious beast of the world and suppresses all evil spirits. Therefore, even though 5 Element Supreme has been dead for countless years, he didn't turn into a zombie. However, the Wind Qilin had just left and 5 Elements Supreme had turned into a zombie. Fang Qi almost immediately guessed the reason. Hey, powerhouses of this level are the most troublesome. Although their bodies are protected by the world's laws and they have reached the realm where their words are the law, they are a myth and a legend. Their life is a myth and a legend. The probability of them turning into a zombie is almost smaller than the probability of an ordinary person turning into a zombie after being exposed to the sun. However, you also know that powerhouses of this level are protected by the world's laws, and it is extremely difficult for their bodies to decay. Therefore, the final result is a long night and many dreams. No matter how impossible it is, as long as there is a small possibility, it may eventually lead to a terrible accident. Yi Shiwen nodded. This was indeed very troublesome. It was indeed very difficult for their corpses to turn into zombies. However, what about 100 years, 1,000 years, 10,000 years, or even 100,000 years? As long as the corpses were mortal, there was a possibility that they would turn into zombies. 100,000 years was too long. In such a long period of time, even a small probability would become a 100% occurrence. Therefore, the elders of the various forces would often order their corpses to be dismembered and used as materials for practicing divine tools. Otherwise, they would simply transform into Tao before their death and disappear into the world's law. Or, if it was too late, the disciples of the younger generation would also help them transform into Tao. In short, if the corpses were left behind, they might not turn into zombies in the end. However, once they turned into zombies, the zombies of this level would undoubtedly be extremely terrifying and could brew into a huge zombie kingdom. Roar! The roar of 5 Elements Supreme that had turned into a zombie shook the cave entrance crazily, making everyone shudder. This time, are we all going to die here? Are we all going to be annihilated? Someone said in fear. A zombie like this was a terrifying threat to any of them. Any one of them could cause them to be completely annihilated. Heavens, how is this zombie formed? It must at least have the power of the celestial being realm. Although we are also considered strong in the celestial being realm, there is still no room for comparison with this kind of monster that is at least in the celestial being realm. His strength is so terrifying, and his corpse didn't decompose and turned into a zombie. Could he be the owner of this cave? Someone made a bold guess. Needless to say, he really guessed it correctly. What do we do? How are we going to get out? Are we going to be trapped here forever? Someone said worriedly. At least some of them will be able to survive. Those supreme geniuses all have their own methods. They should be able to escape. At this time, some people looked at the leaders in the sky. The great demon clan's majesty had also escaped. Although he was in a bit of a mess, he had at least escaped from death. In addition to him, Yao Zhao was also standing in the void, looking at the zombie at the cave entrance with a dignified expression. In addition to them, the Sea Emperor of the Sea Race had also arrived with his people. Yi Shiwen originally thought that he would fight with Yi Qiong for the Wind Qilin's heart outside. He didn't expect that he would come in, and now he was also trapped here. In addition to these top experts of the young generation, there were also some old antiques who had sealed their own cultivation. Their auras were long, and their strength was even more tyrannical than the top experts of the young generation. As long as we rush out of the cave entrance, we will be fine. This zombie seems to be suppressed by some law. It can only move in the cave and can't go out. Some people noticed that the zombie's range of activity had always been near the entrance of the cave, but it had never rushed out. From this, they speculated that it might have been suppressed by some kind of law, so it couldn't move as it pleased. Let's rush out together. I don't believe that it can stop all of us. If we rush out one by one, it will be a dead end for us. At this time, uneasiness and restlessness began to spread among the crowd. Many people couldn't wait any longer. Instead of waiting like this, it was better to go all out. Many people believed that it couldn't kill all of them. In this way, they would have a hope of escaping. As the saying goes, it's better to let others die than to let others die. Kill. Let's go all out. I don't believe that it can stop all of us. A large group of people, densely packed together, rushed towards the cave entrance at this time, regardless of what race or status they had previously belonged to. They wanted to seize a way out from the zombie's hands. Yi Shiwen sneered. He clearly saw that the people who had been inciting the crowd to escape were the subordinates of the Ocean Emperor, the great demon clan's highness, and the other top experts. It seemed that their purpose was very obvious. They wanted to send them to their deaths, and then see if they could fish in troubled waters and escape during the chaos. However, Yi Shiwen didn't warn these people. After all, these people were just courting death. He was also waiting for an opportunity, although he had a certain degree of confidence that he could escape by relying on the devil wings. But after all, it wasn't safe. So, it would naturally be best if he could safely escape. Roar! The zombie opened its bloody mouth and let out a frenzied roar. It bared its two huge fangs, and immediately, endless sound waves turned into sound blades that swept out in all directions. These warriors who rushed forward suddenly suffered heavy injuries. Their internal organs were shaken to the point of bleeding by the sound blades. They screamed and fell from the sky like dumplings, bleeding from all 7 orifices. The zombie roared, and a big hand grabbed out from the void on the spot. The people who fell were immediately caught on the spot, crushed into a cloud of blood mist, and were absorbed by the zombie. Only some of the more powerful people could barely resist the ear-piercing demonic sound and barely avoided the big hand. At this time, their faces were pale, and they were almost scared to death when they saw the scene. This zombie's strength was too terrifying. Most importantly, it seemed to have just mutated into a zombie. So this zombie didn't seem to have fully developed spiritual wisdom and could only act based on instinct. Although its physical body was extremely strong, it didn't have any martial arts, let alone the martial arts of its previous life. Otherwise, with the two added together, this zombie would be really terrifying. It would be invincible, and even the family heads of the various powers wouldn't be a match for it. But even so, according to the judgment of some old antiques, with just its instincts alone, it would be able to kill ordinary celestial realm experts. It wouldn't be easy to escape from such a monster. Now's the time, run. At this time, the great fiendish demon clan's highness gave an order, and the few remaining demon experts around him jumped out one after another. Although the experts around him could be said to be dead or injured, those who could survive were all elites. They were either experts at the peak of the 6th heaven of celestial realm, or old antiques with their cultivation sealed. No matter which one it was, they were terrifying enough, and they had enough strength to escape from the zombie's mouth. At the same time, a large group of experts like the Ocean Emperor, Yao Zhao, and Yi Shiwen rushed out frantically. Yi Shiwen and Feng Qi were no exception, and they rushed out with the others on the spot. Only at this time, when the zombie crushed those people, would there be a small gap. Everyone was waiting for such a small gap. Although it was very cruel, this was the reality. These people didn't have enough strength, and they wanted to search for treasures, so they had to be prepared to become cannon fodder. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such a good thing in the world. Roar! The zombie discovered that these people were actually trying to escape from under its nose and immediately let out a loud roar. The sound waves swept out layer by layer, but compared to the previous group, the strength of this group was obviously much stronger. Even in the face of the demonic sound, they didn't completely collapse. Although they covered their ears in pain, it was useless. This kind of demonic sound blasted into their bodies in almost an instant, and their internal organs would be instantly shaken. Just covering their ears was useless. Everyone had no choice but to use their magic tools to resist this sound wave. At this time, the terrifying zombie moved again and directly grabbed down with a big hand. Several experts of the sea race, demon race, and human race who couldn't dodge in time were caught on the spot. With a loud bang, they fell and hit the ground hard, unable to move. All the bones in their bodies had been smashed, and some people even stopped breathing. Facing a Heaven Paragon level monster, no one could count on luck. Even if it was a Heaven Paragon monster that hadn't awakened all of its martial arts, it was terrifying enough. And everyone took advantage of this time to rush out, especially the Ocean Emperor, the Royal Highness of the Great Demon Race, Yao Zhao, and the others. They directly rushed out in the blink of an eye and escaped from the predicament. However, the zombie once again grabbed the center of the group with one hand, and its target was none other than Yi Shiwen. It seemed to hate him very much and directly grabbed at Yi Shiwen without caring about the others. Chapter 1545. This zombie seemed to have remembered something. It still remembered that Yi Shiwen had taken away its hidden treasures. At this moment, it directly rushed towards Yi Shiwen and clawed at Yi Shiwen. It was fast and urgent. Almost in an instant, it penetrated the void and clawed at Yi Shiwen's back. Its physical body was tyrannical. It directly clawed through the void as if it had clawed into the water. After a wave of fluctuations, it smashed into Yi Shiwen's body. Even Yi Shiwen had no way of avoiding a terrifying zombie that had already gone berserk and had reached the Heavenly Law's realm. He was directly clawed on the spot. Bang! There was a sound of metal clashing. Then Yi Shiwen was blasted away like a cannonball. Even the Ocean Emperor and the others took a second look at the scene. It was because of the sound of metal clashing. Those who had been clawed by this zombie before had all exploded on the spot without exception. Many people could not even withstand the demonic sound of its roar, let alone being clawed on the spot. If there was a ranking list that specifically searched for the races with tyrannical physical bodies in the world, then zombies would definitely be on it. Moreover, they would be one of the top races. Regardless of the race, if they turned into zombies after death, their physical bodies would definitely become even more tyrannical. Even a race that was extremely weak when it was alive would still be extremely violent after death. If it was a race that was naturally tyrannical like the dragons and titans, then they would eventually transform into an extremely terrifying zombie king with an invincible physical body. Although this zombie was a human when it was alive, its physical strength was already so tyrannical. Naturally, its physical body would not be much worse. Moreover, after becoming a zombie, it was strengthened, so its physical strength was already unimaginable. At this moment, such a sound could be heard from its claw. From this, it could be inferred that Yi Shiwen's physical body was also terrifyingly tyrannical. However, they only paid a little attention. After all, Yi Shiwen was still wearing the Oracle Alliance's robe and mask. They did not know Yi Shiwen's true identity, so they did not pay too much attention to him. There were too many powerful people in this world. If they had to pay special attention to all of them, then they would not need to do anything else. Not to mention what the others felt. Yi Shiwen alone felt a heavy blow on his back. A terrifying force raged in his body, and his entire body was blasted away on the spot. Suddenly, he felt a sweetness in his mouth. He could not control himself and directly spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were incomparably shocked. This zombie was much more terrifying than he had imagined. This terrifying force was also Yi Shiwen's. His tyrant body had strengthened his entire body to a whole new level. If it were an ordinary person, Even if their body could withstand it, their internal organs would be turned into minced meat under the impact of this huge force. A series of roars came from behind him. This zombie was simply infuriated that it could not kill Yishuin. It began to pour its anger on those who could not escape. Suddenly, there was another massacre of corpses and blood. Many people were slaughtered on the spot while screaming in pain. Even though the zombie had utilized the Dharma idol world, causing its body to grow in size, its speed was not slow at all. In fact, it was incomparably fast. With a swipe of its gigantic hand, there were very few who could escape from it. Not everyone had the speed of the Ocean Emperor and the others, who could stand out if there was a slight gap. "Number 10, are you all right?" Fang Qi's worried voice sounded in his ear. He had seen Yi Shiwen being clawed at the back. It was absolutely shocking. If it were an ordinary person, they would have been clawed to death on the spot. Yi Shiwen said, "I'm fine. I won't die for a while. Go back first and bring the magic tool back. This is more important. I'll be fine after resting for a while. A long night may bring trouble." "All right then." Fang Qi gritted his teeth and looked at Yi Shiwen. He also felt that Yi Shiwen's words made sense. Although the two masters sent by the Xiantian Alliance had died tragically in Yi Shiwen's hands, who knew if they had other backup plans? Perhaps they had already learned of the mission's failure through their deaths, and would send more masters to hunt them down. If the magic tool fell into the hands of the Xiantian Alliance, it would be really bad. Yi Shiwen was seriously injured, but he would not be in serious trouble for a while. He could only leave first. After watching Fang Qi leave, Yi Shiwen forcibly suppressed the surging qi and blood in his body. There was a huge, ghastly wound on his back. It was covered in green corpse poison, and the flesh around it was already rotten. This was the corpse poison secreted by a celestial realm zombie. Yi Shiwen did not dare to take it lightly. He hurriedly used the Phoenix regeneration technique to heal the wound on his body. At this time, Yi Shiwen finally had time to look at the situation outside the cave. He saw that the wind qilin that was trapped in the formation was also covered in wounds. In the formation of the demon race, demonic thunder constantly bombarded the body of the wind qilin. This wind qilin could be said to be constantly roaring, but it could not do anything as it was bound by the formation. This wind qilin was extremely angry. It constantly roared, and the surrounding sky and earth changed color. One after another, yuan qi bombs were spat out from its bloody mouth. Wherever they passed, the space would turn upside down, and they would land on the formation. Every time the formation would shake slightly. At this time, the faces of the demons who set up the formation were also pale. Many of them had bloodstains on the corners of their mouths. In order to trap such a terrifying wind qilin, even if they used the ingenuity of the formation, it was still too much for them. Originally, there should have been other experts to help. But because of Yi Shiwen's unexpected intrusion, it led to the great demon race's highness directly leading a large number of demon race elites to rush in. Only these few people were left, and it was very difficult for them to even hold on, let alone continue to complete the original goal of killing this wind qilin. Every time this wind qilin rushed in, the formation would shake once. Seeing that the frequency of the shaking was getting more and more frequent, these demons were about to be unable to hold on. Hold on. As long as you hold on, this wind qilin is dead. At this time, the great demon race's highness finally rushed over with a few remaining experts. Upon seeing this, he quickly shouted. At this time, these experts of the demon race saw this, and their confidence was greatly boosted. But it was useless. They were already forced into a desperate situation. When the voice of the great demon race's highness fell, the wind qilin let out a crazy roar and spat out a mountain-sized yuan qi bomb, directly blasting a huge hole in the sky, let alone the formation that was trapping it. Boom! Amidst a series of explosions, the formation that had trapped the wind qilin for a long time finally collapsed with a loud bang. Not good. Everyone's complexion changed drastically. For them, The Wind Qilin's escape was not a good thing. The Wind Qilin roared and immediately opened its bloody mouth, and an unparalleled suction swept out. Qilin drinking water. Suddenly, everyone around felt an unparalleled, powerful suction pulling them towards the Wind Qilin. The devils who had their formations broken spat out a mouthful of blood and instantly suffered heavy injuries. At this time, how could they resist this crazy suction force? They all screamed miserably as they were sucked in by this terrifying suction force. Then they all fell into the big mouth of the Wind Qilin. Crack! The Wind Qilin's big mouth suddenly closed, and these demons screamed as they were bitten into pieces. Damn beast! The great demon race's highness flapped the wings behind him and roared with a hideous expression. He did not expect so many people to die in one go. Currently, the demon race's strength on the ancient Baron's continent could only be considered to be lingering on. If it weren't for the Abyss Devil Master's connection with the demon race, besieging the ancient Baron's imperial court with their strength would not only be courting death, but they would also be annihilated in minutes. This was also the fundamental reason why the human race, and even the various races of the ancient Barons, could tolerate their existence for countless years. Compared to ordinary forces, they were much stronger. However, compared to the human race and other giant races, they were still vulnerable. Therefore, even if they besieged the imperial court, they could only let the demons in the demon world be responsible for holding back the royal nobles of the human race, so that they could not spare any effort to annihilate the human race. However, they had already exhausted all their strength to besiege the imperial court. If it weren't for the Abyss Devil Master, they would have been defeated long ago. Therefore, in reality, their military strength was not as abundant as many people thought. This time, they naturally had other motives for bringing such a large group of people here. Who knew that they would suffer such heavy losses? In the end, there were only a few people left. Some of them were annihilated by the zombie, while the rest died tragically in the hands of the Wind Qilin. How could he not be enraged as he stared at the Wind Qilin fiercely? Although these two were incomparably terrifying beasts, in his opinion, the Wind Qilin was naturally easier to deal with. The Wind Qilin swallowed dozens of demon race experts and instantly burped. Then it looked at the other experts with a ferocious gaze. Its aura was incomparably terrifying. At this moment, Yi Qiong, who had been hiding at the side, finally made his move. Along with a shocking sword aura, it broke through the clouds, and 1,000-meter-long sword radiance illuminated the sky. The huge sword pressure swept out in all directions, and everyone's expression changed drastically. This terrifying sword pressure, this is... Yi Shiwen also looked at Yi Qiong, who was in the middle of the battlefield, in disbelief. This sword pressure was actually emitted from his body. Chapter 1546. This terrifying sword pressure, this is... Yi Shiwen also looked at Yi Qiong. He couldn't believe that this sword pressure was coming from him. This sword pressure was far beyond the 6th level of the Sky Realm. It even surpassed the 7th level of the Sky Realm. Now, it was spreading out from Yi Qiong's body. With his body as the center, it swept out in all directions, forming a huge tornado. It looked exceptionally terrifying. Could it be the Yi clan's most precious treasure, the Permethos sword? Yao Zhao murmured in disbelief. I've traveled among humans for many years and have long heard of the reputation of the Permethos sword. However, I've never seen it in person. I didn't expect to see the Permethos sword here. The Permethos sword! It's the Permethos sword. At this time, many people reacted and recognized the origin of this terrifying sword pressure. Especially Yi Kuang. His eyes were shining brightly. It's the Permethos sword. The clan leader even passed the Permethos sword to Yi Qiong. How biased! Yi Kuang squinted his eyes, full of murderous intent. He said he would let us compete fairly, but he still chose Yi Qiong. As a member of the Yi clan, he knew far better than Yao Zhao Ocean Emperor and the others how powerful the Nirvana sword was. Even the demon-suppressing mirror that his master, Yi Zhenemo, carried was not as powerful as the Nirvana sword. It was the true Yi clan's magical artifact, and its status was similar to the Sun King's sword of the Sun Royal clan. It was almost the representative of the clan leader. Only the clan leader could have the Permitha sword. This in itself was a symbol. It was impossible for ordinary people to understand the position of the Nirvana sword in the hearts of the Yi clan. The Yi clan had faced several calamities, and they had all relied on the Nirvana sword to truly avert danger and kill the powerful enemies that had invaded. No, it's not the Permitha sword. It's just a sword intent. Yi Kuang quickly discerned this and let out a sigh of relief. Although the 5 of them were competing equally and he had the full support of Yi Zhenemo, in the end, he couldn't be compared to the patriarch. If the patriarch gave up, then it would be very disadvantageous for him. If the head of the family gave the Permitha sword to Yi Qiong, then everything would be over. Of course, the head of the family would definitely be criticized by many elders of the Yi clan. However, it was just lending him a sword intent. What was wrong with that? It was not used to kill the disciples of the Yi clan. What was wrong with a teacher helping his disciple? No one could find fault with this in itself. Yi Shiwen also recognized this sword intention from afar. He had once felt it faintly on the body of the clan lord. As for the Yi family's ultimate treasure, the Permitha sword, he naturally wouldn't be so ignorant as to not know anything about it. It's the sword intention of the Permitha sword. No wonder he was so confident that he could kill this Wind Kirin. Even if this Wind Kirin was at the 9th level of the Celestial Realm and was an adult Wind Kirin, he still had such confidence. So, this is the source of his confidence. Yi Shiwen muttered to himself. He had seen it earlier than Yi Kuang, and knew that it was merely a sword intention. It's merely a sword intention, but it has such power. The power of the Permitha sword is truly unimaginable. Even if it's not as good as the Sun King's sword, I'm afraid it's not that far off. Shwa! This astonishing sword light instantly shot out. In an instant, the wind and clouds changed color. Ghostly cries and howls resounded in the world. A terrifying power rippled in the world. Shwa! When that sword light appeared again, it had already appeared in the sky above the Wind Kirin. Boom! In the sky, that sword light fiercely chopped down and directly chopped the neck of the Wind Kirin. Puchi! With a loud sound, blood spurted out crazily. The head of the wind, Qilin, rolled to the side. Its huge body, which was like a small mountain, suddenly collapsed and fell to the ground. Huff, huff, huff! Yi Qiong panted heavily. Although the sword was sealed in his body by the patriarch, he had to activate it himself if he wanted to use it. For him, this sword required him to put his heart and soul into it in order to activate it. If this attack failed, then he could only escape frantically. In the face of an adult Wind Kirin in the 9th sky of the Celestial Realm, wouldn't it be courting death if he stayed? Silence. A deathly silence. No one had thought that it would be so simple. That incomparably ferocious Wind Kirin was actually killed by Yi Qiong's sword. Although it had been severely injured by the Matrix, it was still an adult Wind Kirin in the 9th sky of the Celestial Realm. It was invincible in the same realm. Ordinary experts in the 9th sky of the Celestial Realm would not be its opponent. But now it had died so easily under the sword intent of the Permitha sword. Even some of the rogue cultivators who entered paled at this moment. This was the foundation of a marquee clan. Just the tip of the iceberg was enough to make people so shocked. Moreover, the Yi clan was not the top marquee clan. There were even royal clans above them. These clans were all extremely tyrannical. The strength of their foundation was truly unimaginable. However, everyone's silence only lasted for a moment. Then, everyone moved and began to fly towards the Wind Kirin, the body of an adult Wind Kirin in the 9th sky of the Celestial Realm. One could imagine how precious it was. The one who moved the fastest was the Great Fiend clan's Royal Highness. At this time, he couldn't care less about the casualties of his subordinates. He directly rushed towards the corpse of the Wind Kirin, intending to take down the entire Wind Kirin. Whoosh! A sword light pierced through the sky. Everywhere the sword light passed, the void was frozen into a world of ice and snow. The Great Fiend clan's Royal Highness did not completely lose his mind. At the most crucial moment, he dodged the sword. The sword light directly shot through his treasured sword. The terrifying cold air directly froze his face. Who? He was instantly enraged. There was actually someone who dared to stop him. This Wind Qilin almost belonged to him. If he could obtain this Wind Qilin, it would be better than nothing. After all, it would be much better than returning empty-handed after suffering a disastrous loss. At this time, a beautiful figure that was as cold as an iceberg blocked in front of him. It was none other than Yi Qianshan. At this time, she was holding the snow jade sword and looking at the Great Fiend clan's Royal Highness coldly. It seemed like she wanted to kill him on the spot. Damn it! You actually dared to stop me. The Great Fiend clan's Royal Highness was immediately enraged. This human woman, who had just stepped into the sixth sky of the celestial realm, actually dared to stop him. Wasn't she just seeking death? He was immediately enraged, but he did not directly make a move. The sword just now made him very afraid of Yi Qianshan. Perhaps Yi Qianshan had just stepped into the sixth sky of the celestial realm and was not too strong. However, with the snow jade sword in her hand, it was her greatest trump card. She had turned into a goddess of victory and was invincible. At this time, the others had also approached one after another. Apart from the Great Fiend clan's Royal Highness, the closest one was the Ocean Emperor of the Sea Clan. A blue figure was extremely domineering, tearing through the void with a loud sound. He directly rushed up on the spot. Clang! With a loud sound, a huge sword fell from the sky and fiercely slammed into the field on the spot. The force of the terrifying sword light directly formed an air wall, blocking everyone outside. Then a figure slowly descended. It was Yi Shukong. As soon as Yi Qiong made his move, the two of them had already made their moves. The others did not know that Yi Qiong was going to make a move, but the two of them were here to cooperate with Yi Qiong, so they naturally knew. They directly blocked in front of everyone. Senior brother, we'll help you block here. Hurry up, Yi Shukong said with an abnormally serious expression. Although he considered himself the son of God, with unparalleled talent and cultivation, and had also made rapid progress during this period of time, even he did not have much confidence in facing so many top experts at this time. Therefore, he did not dare to say that he could block them. He could only block them for as long as he could. You? Little brat, you haven't weaned yet, have you? That's right. Don't you see how many people we have? Who do you think you are? You're Yi Shukong, right? I know you're the famous son of God in the Yi clan, and your future is limitless. However, with your current strength, it's impossible for you to be my opponent. You'd better retreat, or don't blame us for being impolite. In the eyes of many people, Yi Shukong's actions were simply suicidal. Even if he could only block for a short while, it would be a joke to them. Among them, there were top young geniuses like the Ocean Emperor and the Great Devil Clan, as well as some old guys who had sealed their cultivation. None of them were ordinary people. To them, with so many people joining forces, even if they were blocked by Yi Shukong for a short while, it would be a kind of humiliation. Yi Qiong did not argue and immediately rushed out, sweeping in the direction of the Wind Qilin. At this time, a leisurely voice was heard. Yi Qiong, this Wind Qilin is an auspicious sign of heaven and earth. It should not belong to you in the first place. Moreover, you've killed a Wind Qilin, which is a grave sin. Give it up. A powerful figure appeared in the void, dignified and extraordinary. It was none other than Yi Kuang. It's you. Yi Qiong was a little surprised. He did not expect that the person who finally came out to stop him would be Yi Kuang. I've been wondering when you would make a move. I didn't expect you to be waiting here for me. He had long been prepared for Yi Kuang, but he did not expect Yi Kuang to finally make a move at this most critical moment. He made a move. Chapter 1547. What a good timing. Yi Cheong sneered as if he was facing a cold-blooded assassin. At the most critical moment, a one-hit kill. Today's Wind Kylan has nothing to do with you. Yi Kuang's expression did not change at all. It was as if he was talking about something very simple and insignificant. You're really scheming to deal with me. Yi Cheong retorted without hesitation. As long as you're not the one who gets it, anyone can do it. Yi Kuang said directly, What a chilling friendship. Yi Cheong said with a grin, There is only one head of the great Yi clan. I am enough. I can lead the great Yi clan back to its former glory. You will only be a stumbling block in my path. I don't need your existence. Yi Kuang said lightly, as if he was talking about something unimportant. Suddenly, just as everyone was going all out, a large hand directly pierced through the void and grabbed the Wind Kylan's corpse on the spot, grabbing it on the spot. You're courting death. Bastard, how dare you? Suddenly, a burst of cursing could be heard. The moment the huge hand appeared, everyone realized that everyone present was a top expert. Just now, they were attracted by the Yi clan's people. Now, they reacted one after another and attacked the huge hand to kill it. However, the speed of this huge hand was extremely fast. They didn't even have time to react. By the time they attacked, the huge hand had already grabbed the hill-like body of the Wind Kylan and pulled it into the void on the spot. Who? Come out. Come out. Everyone suddenly went crazy. They had been confronting each other for a long time, but someone actually beat them to it. Everyone's divine sense swept out, and waves of terrible energy swept out. Amidst the waves of tsunami-like energy, a figure appeared. It was a young man in a green robe. Yi Shiwen, it's you? Suddenly, everyone recognized that this person turned out to be Yi Shiwen of the Yi family. At this critical moment, he had actually intercepted them. At this time, Yi Shiwen had also taken off the clothes of the Oracle Alliance. No one knew that Yi Shiwen was the person who almost died in the hands of the zombies. Does your Yi clan plan to become enemies with all of us? Someone roared. First, there was Yi Cheong, then Yi Chantian, Yi Sukong, and then Yi Kuang and Yi Shiwen. The Yi family's members were all famous geniuses. So what? Do you know what first come, first served means? If you want to be the Oriole, then you have to see if you have the strength to do so. Yi Shiwen said with a slight smile. I think you really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. At this time, the prince of the great devil clan instantly attacked. He abandoned Yi Shiwen in front of him and directly attacked Yi Shiwen. There was no point in confronting Yi Chantian at this time. He must kill Yi Shiwen if he wanted to recapture the Wind Kylan's heart. Boom! The majesty of the great devil clan flapped the fleshy wings on his back and instantly rushed towards Yi Shiwen to kill him. The terrifying fist energy vibrated and fiercely bombarded Yi Shiwen's body. Clang! There was a loud sound of metal colliding. An ancient bronze cauldron appeared on Yi Shiwen's body and protected him inside. The attack of the great devil clan's highness couldn't hurt Yi Shiwen at all, and was blocked by him. This devil can't do anything to Yi Shiwen. This Yi Shiwen really has some cultivation. Although this devil is arrogant, he is also a real expert. I am afraid that an ordinary expert at the peak of the 6th level of the celestial realm would not be a match for a few punches from him. Now that he has attacked with all his strength, he still can't do anything to Yi Shiwen. This Yi Shiwen is really amazing. This Yi Shiwen has been famous for a very short time, but the things he has done are getting bigger and bigger. No matter what. Let's see how the two of them fight. It would be best if both of them are injured. Only then, we will have a chance to compete for the Wind Kylan. Don't worry, that devil is not so easy to deal with. These devils are all insidious and cunning. At this time, seeing the two of them fighting, the many experts who were originally ready to rush up also dispersed at this time. They didn't want to be cannon fodder. In any case, it was enough for the great fiend clan's highness to attack. There was no need for them to attack together. At this time, Yi Kuang also turned his head to look at Yi Shiwen. His eyes were shining. He clearly remembered that Jiagu Jingshua and Bei Shanju went to intercept Yi Shiwen. But now, Yi Shiwen appeared here, and the two of them were nowhere to be seen. Then, the result was already imaginable. Although he did not want to make such malicious guesses, after all, even he would have a headache if Bei Shanju and Jiagu Jingshua joined forces. But now it had become like this. The result was already very obvious. But because of this, he also paid more attention to Yi Shiwen. Originally, he thought that Yi Shiwen could not pose any threat to him at all. The gap of hundreds of years was definitely like a natural moat, enough to separate the two of them into two different worlds. It was true that Yi Shiwen was progressing at a rapid pace, but how could he possibly stagnate? Therefore, the threat in his eyes was only Yi Qiong and other members of the five hegemons. Even Yi Shukong, who was known as the son of God and had the bloodline of God, and Yi Qianqian, who was rumored to be the reincarnation of a goddess, were only threats in the future. Not to mention that Yi Shiwen was insignificant. He would definitely take over the position of the clan master before he grew to a sufficient level of threat. It was not a big deal at all. Now it seemed that he had underestimated this junior, who only returned to the Yi clan more than 10 years ago. "Ha ha ha, Yi Kuang, how is it?" "You miscalculated," Yi Qiong said while laughing. "As the saying goes, man proposes, God disposes. How about it? God disposes. I never believe in this." Yi Kuang looked at Yi Qiong and said, "I am a person who is destined to succeed. You are not my opponent. Even if you join forces with Yi Qianqian, Yi Shukong, and Yi Shiwen, you cannot stop me from moving forward. I think you are a little too confident." Yi Qiong did not explain further because there was no need to. Yi Kuang was extremely arrogant, but he was also an absolutely confident person. Whether it is or not, you will know in the future. Yi Kuang narrowed his eyes and said, "Whoosh!" The next moment, the great devil clan's highness had already rushed in front of Yi Shiwen. The fleshy wings on his back flapped extremely fast. His speed was extremely fast. In an instant, his big hand suddenly fell towards Yi Shiwen like a pitch-black, evil prison mountain. His devil's claws were as sharp as a blade, and in an instant they tore the sky into strips of cloth. It was incomparably terrifying. On the spot, he directly grabbed towards Yi Shiwen's head. It was as if he could instantly crush Yi Shiwen's head like a watermelon. So fast! His agility! Everyone looked at the great demon clan's royal highness in surprise. This royal highness of the great demon clan seemed to be deliberately trying to intimidate the many powerhouses. He did not hold back at all. "Brat, you have successfully angered me. I will chew your corpse to pieces, and let everyone see the consequences of offending me." The roar of the great demon clan's royal highness reverberated in the entire void. Whoosh! However, Yi Shiwen's speed was even faster. In almost an instant, the huge devil's claw passed through Yi Shiwen's body, but it only caught Yi Shiwen's afterimage. "If you want to use me to establish your prestige, then you are wrong, and very wrong." Suddenly, Yi Shiwen's voice appeared behind the great demon clan's royal highness. When the great demon clan's royal highness suddenly reacted, he did not know when Yi Shiwen had appeared behind Yi Shiwen. "He is so fast!" everyone exclaimed in unison. If it was said that they were amazed by the speed of the great demon clan's royal highness just now, then they were amazed by Yi Shiwen's speed. Like a golden lightning, Yi Shiwen disappeared in the void in an instant and shuttled behind the great demon clan's royal highness. "Damn, this is all you've got. Don't be arrogant." The great demon clan's royal highness suddenly felt that he was being despised. Almost in an instant, his waist and abdomen twisted 360 degrees, and his body directly turned horizontally. A monstrous devil's claw fell down and grabbed towards Yi Shiwen's direction. "Let's see where you will go this time." The devil's energy surged out of his body, forming a monstrous devil wave. The devil's claw was like a mountain, but it was stopped when it was less than 3 inches away from Yi Shiwen's body. An ancient cauldron phantom instantly protected Yi Shiwen's figure. Boom! The devil's claw that was condensed from the devil's energy suddenly dispersed on the spot and turned into a strong force that swept across the sky. Thump, thump, thump. A huge force came back, and the great demon clan's royal highness was unable to stand in the sky. He retreated again and again, and his eyes were full of horror. He could not believe that it was actually like this. "So, if you want to kill me, you have to break my defense first." Yi Shiwen's cold voice directly appeared in front of him. A big golden hand directly penetrated the void and grabbed the neck of the great demon clan's royal highness on the spot. "Do you really think that I tolerated you before because I was afraid of you?" Pa! The neck of the great demon clan's royal highness was directly grabbed by Yi Shiwen, as if he was grabbing a chick without any pressure. Chapter 1548. One move, just one move. The great demon clan's royal highness, who was previously arrogant, was directly grabbed by the neck by Yi Shiwen on the spot, like an eagle catching a chick. Everyone was speechless and couldn't believe it. Everyone couldn't imagine that Yi Shiwen was actually strong to this extent. They all took a deep breath. At this time, they didn't know why, but they were a little glad that they didn't make the first move. Otherwise, they would be the ones who ended up like this. What? The great demon clan's royal highness was defeated. How could it be defeated? Just one move, and he was completely subdued by Yi Shiwen. Oh my God! At this time, everyone reacted one after another. They were shocked and shouted. Everyone couldn't believe it. This prince of the great devil clan naturally had his reasons for being so arrogant. His formidable strength was the source of his confidence. Only a few people present at the scene could be his opponent. But the result was that he had been defeated by Yi Shiwen so easily. Everyone suddenly had a feeling of being cheated. Was this Yi Shiwen too abnormal, or this royal highness of the great demon clan was just a paper tiger? But no matter what, everyone recognized the fact that Yi Shiwen wasn't someone to be trifled with in this world of the Immortal's Cave. This also made many people who originally wanted to come forward and fight for it to extinguish their thoughts. At the very least, it was impossible to do so within the abode. However, there were many old geezers that had sealed their cultivations that were unwilling to give up. The corpse of an auspicious Qilin beast was no different than a treasure trove to them, so they would rather shed all pretenses and fight for it. As for this Win Qilin was actually killed by Yi Qiong, this matter had been magnificently ignored by them. In their opinion, it was theirs to be chosen by them. Even those who had the strength to defeat Yi Shiwen did not move. Yi Shiwen was so fierce. Even if they defeated Yi Shiwen, they were afraid that it would be a lose-lose situation. In the end, it would only benefit others. Roar! The royal highness of the great demon clan, who was grabbed by the neck by Yi Shiwen, was unwilling to give up. Endless demonic energy spread out from his body, crushing out layer by layer. He wanted to break free from Yi Shiwen's grasp. Yi Shiwen's body glowed with countless golden lights. Machi and golden divinities collided in the void and swept away everything. When the smoke and dust dispersed, the figure of the great devil clan's prince appeared again. He was crawling on the ground. His head was being stepped on by Yi Shiwen. He looked even more distressed than before. What? How could this be? My eyes must have gone haywire. How could this be? How could this be? How could this devil be so miserable? Everyone looked at the scene in disbelief. Their eyes were filled with shock. To the various races of the ancient barons, the demon race was the most terrifying race. They were everyone's enemy. However, this didn't stop them from being shocked. The great demon race's highness was definitely not weak. Yet he couldn't even withstand a single blow from Yishuin. One could imagine how shocked everyone was. Everyone was silent for a long time before they burst into an uproar. "Damn it, beast!" The great devil clan's highness cursed. He stared at Yishuin with hatred. His gaze contained the demon race's techniques. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to withstand it. They might even die on the spot. However, to someone like Yishuin who had a unique treasure, it was nothing. It was like a joke. Yishuin exerted force on his feet, and a crack appeared on the great devil clan's head. Although his physical body was also very strong, there was still a huge gap between him and Yishuin. No matter how he struggled or how many demonic techniques he used, it was useless. He wasn't Yishuin's opponent. The power of the word seal was seeping into the great devil clan's highness body through his feet, rendering him immobile. He kept roaring, but he couldn't break free from Yishuin's grasp at all. At this time, everyone couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts when they saw the scene. Yishuin was using the great devil clan's highness as a target to warn everyone not to act rashly. His meaning was very clear. You're powerful, but are you powerful enough to do so? This one was still beaten up by me like a dead dog. What about you guys? Do you want to accompany him? This was a threat, a blatant threat. After thinking of this, many people's faces showed some anger. What did Yishuin think of them as? Although he was furious, he had no other choice because Yishuin was right. His threat had worked. These people were really afraid of Yishuin in his current state. Many people were thinking about how to deal with Yishuin after they got out of this place. However, now was definitely not the time to do so. Damn it, let go of our highness. At this time, seeing the great devil clan's highness being humiliated by Yishuin, the remaining devil experts finally couldn't bear it anymore. A devil expert at the 7th level of Celestial Being Realm who had sealed his cultivation suddenly made a brazen move. In an instant, he rushed to Yishuin's side, clenched his 5 fingers into a fist, and punched down. Because it was a sudden attack, Yishuin didn't notice his existence until later. Devil Ox's vigorous fist. He roared crazily. His fist energy turned into a huge devil ox in the void. Its 4 hooves were on fire, and it trampled on the horizon. Its whole body was pitch black. It was a very terrifying devil beast in the devil domain. This punch was a collection of pure and fierce power. This set of fist technique was developed by visualizing the movements of the devil ox in the devil domain. It was very terrifying. The power to uproot mountains and rivers and the western chi was matchless. When the devil ox's 2 huge horns were about to ram into Yishuin's body, Yishuin finally moved. At the moment when it was about to touch Yishuin's body, 8 treasures heaven and earth cauldron automatically emerged in Yishuin's body to protect him. Endless divine light splashed out in an instant. The fist energy of the devil ox's vigorous fist fiercely bombarded 8 treasures heaven and earth cauldron. However, it couldn't bombard into 8 treasures heaven and earth cauldron. It completely disintegrated and then spread in all directions. Moo. This transformed devil ox also seemed to have gone crazy. It roared loudly, and its whole body was burning with flames. Waves of devil flame were monstrous, and it was mixed with endless devil energy. It was determined to smash 8 treasures, heaven and earth cauldron. At this time, Yishuin finally moved. He turned around and blasted out a punch. It was even more terrifying than the devil ox's vigorous fist. It was more unyielding and pure than the devil ox's vigorous fist. A fist energy swept out. It was not mixed with any magical power or martial arts, only pure power. Rumble. The 2 fist energies collided in the void with a loud bang. That devil ox almost only lasted for a moment before it was broken by Yishuin in an instant. Its huge body directly turned into devil energy that filled the sky and disappeared between heaven and earth. Yi Shiwen's fist energy did not lose its momentum. It directly blasted into the devil ox's body. Bang! The devil race expert let out a blood-curdling screech as his body was blasted away like a cannonball, crashing into the group of remaining devils. Those devils simply liked to dodge. They didn't have such a tyrannical cultivation base of the seventh heavens of celestial being realm. They were also knocked out one after another and directly suffered serious injuries on the spot. A mouthful of blood spurted out and then fiercely hit the ground. How is this possible? The devil expert, who had just attacked, looked at Yi Shiwen in disbelief. How can he be so powerful? He is just a mere seventh heavens of celestial being realm. How can he be so powerful? In the beginning, he only thought that Yi Shiwen had suddenly attacked and caught the great fiend devil clan's highness unprepared. Now that he thought about it, he was too naive. Even if he didn't suddenly attack, he still had the strength to easily kill the great fiend devil clan's highness. Yi Shiwen sneered and said, "You want to save people on your own? You are too naive." At this time, the onlookers came back to their senses. They had indeed seen an earth-shattering battle just now. However, this battle was too short. It ended with Yi Shiwen's victory so easily. Many people secretly felt that it was a pity. They originally thought that this expert could cause some trouble for Yi Shiwen. Maybe he could even force Yi Shiwen to hand over the Wind Qilin's corpse. Who knew that it would end up like this? Yi Shiwen looked at them coldly, and then secretly transmitted his voice to Yi Qianqian, Yi Qiong, and Yi Shukong, saying, "You go first, then I will leave." "No, in this case, won't you fall into their encirclement?" Yi Qiong objected. At this time he had almost recovered. This time was enough for him to recover. After all, he wasn't seriously injured. It was just that his Zhan Yuan had been depleted. You leaving now is the best result. Don't look at this place, they can't do anything to me. But once we leave this cave space, we may face their revenge. I don't have the confidence to withstand the revenge of those celestial realm powerhouses. Not to mention, there is also Yi Kuang among them. No matter what, we have no chance of winning against Yi Kuang. So now only you can leave first, and then I will leave alone. You can rest assured, with my agility, it is impossible for them to catch up with me. Yi Shiwen analyzed and said, the three of them thought that Yi Shiwen's words were indeed reasonable. They had seen Yi Shiwen's agility, and it was much better than their agility. Yi Shiwen's words also made sense. If there was a bloody battle, then they would naturally be able to help Yi Shiwen. On the contrary, if Yi Shiwen only wanted to break out of the encirclement, then it would be easier for Yi Shiwen to break out of the encirclement alone. They could easily become Yi Shiwen's burden. Chapter 1549. Although they did not want to say it, but they also realized that if they continued to stay, then it was almost inevitable that they would become Yi Shiwen's burden. Although their strength was not bad, and their agility was naturally not bad. But if they were in here, they still had the confidence to fight against these people. But once they went out, these people would restore the strength of Celestial Realm's 7th level. Then for them, it was tantamount to a disaster. Therefore, the best way was, as Yi Shiwen had said, they had to leave first. Only in this way could Yi Shiwen leave calmly. Thinking of this, the three of them immediately disappeared into the void. At this time, no one noticed, or even if they noticed, they wouldn't care. After all, the corpse of the Wind Qilin was in Yi Shiwen's hands, and not in the hands of these three. Therefore, they didn't care where these people went. Moreover, many people were secretly surprised. Without these people's hindrance, it would be much easier for them to seize the Wind Qilin. They didn't need to rely on these people's actions anymore. At this time, only Yi Kuang noticed the departure of these people. A wisp of light flashed in his eyes, and he seemed to have understood a little. Everyone looked at Yi Shiwen in a daze. They could only look at him and the royal highness of the great devil clan who was being stepped on by Yi Shiwen. The great devil clan's royal highness was originally a heaven's pride in the outside world, but in here they were just like garbage. They were being stepped on by Yi Shiwen's foot, and they couldn't move at all. The great devil clan's royal highness was unwilling, and he constantly blasted out devil energy, wanting to shake Yi Shiwen away. However, Yi Shiwen was as steady as Mount Tai at this time, and he didn't have any intention of shaking. You demons want to be arrogant in the ancient Baron's continent? I think you're wrong, said Yi Shiwen coldly. This time, I want to tell you that this is not a place where you can be presumptuous and behave atrociously. Although Yi Shiwen was referring to the royal highness of the great demon clan, everyone knew that Yi Shiwen was also hinting at them, warning them not to act rashly. This wasn't the outside world. If they really fought, it would be hard to say if they died in the end. After all, in this realm, Yi Shiwen's combat strength had already reached a terrifying realm. The others couldn't be his opponent at all. However, it wasn't necessarily the case after going out. Many people were really scared by Yi Shiwen. However, there were a few who were unwilling to give up and decided to join forces, especially Yao Zhao, Ocean Emperor, Yi Kuang, and the others. At this time, they were naturally unwilling to let Yi Shiwen continue to be arrogant. Yi Shiwen's combat strength had frightened them, but it was also because of this that they wanted to kill Yi Shiwen in the cradle. No matter what, they wanted to kill Yi Shiwen first. Yi Shiwen, you'd better hand over the Wind Qilin's corpse. Then, I'll let you go for the sake of the Yi clan. Otherwise, you'll really die. Yi Kuang was the first to speak. His voice was cold and emotionless. Did he really care about gods, demons, and people of the Yi clan? In fact, he couldn't wait to strangle Yi Shiwen here. That's right. You'd better hand over the Wind Qilin. Don't think that you can do whatever you want with the special environment here. Don't you want to go out? Once you go out, what awaits you will be a thunderous strike. When that time comes, you won't be able to escape death, no matter what. You'd better hand over the Wind Qilin. Yao Zhao looked at Yi Shiwen with an unfriendly gaze. Moreover, even among us, you're not the strongest. Do you think we're trash? Ocean Emperor didn't even look at the royal highness of the great demon clan, as if he was a dead dog. To them, this demon was indeed not a threat at all. Damn it. Damn Sea Clan, who are you calling trash? Although Yi Shiwen had stepped on his face, it didn't mean that the royal highness of the great demon clan didn't know what was going on. He was such a proud person, yet he was being treated like trash by Yi Kuang, Ocean Emperor, Yao Zhao, and the others. How could he accept this? His eyes were filled with extreme hatred, even more so than his hatred for Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen had defeated him, so he had nothing to say. The demon clan worshipped the strong, but who did these people think they were? How dare they look down on him like this? He was extremely angry. Ocean Emperor only glanced at the royal highness of the great demon clan coldly and didn't care about it at all. In his eyes, the royal highness of the great demon clan was completely powerless in front of Yi Shiwen. He was like a dog barking from afar, and there was no need to care about it. At this moment, endless divine light suddenly flashed under Yi Shiwen's feet, and with a bang the royal highness of the great demon clan's head was crushed by Yi Shiwen on the spot. The great devil clan's highness didn't even have time to react, and was directly trampled to death by Yi Shiwen on the spot. Even his soul was crushed by Yi Shiwen, and his corpse was directly absorbed by Yi Shiwen into the Tianyuan mirror. Then it turned into a blood mist that filled the sky, and was absorbed by the Tianyuan mirror. Rumble. The entire Tianyuan mirror began to rumble. The flesh and blood of the oracle that Yi Shiwen had killed before, as well as the corpses of Jiagu Jingshua, Bei Shanju, and some old antiques who had sealed their cultivation, were also digested at the same time. These people had already stepped into the 7th heavenly layer of the heaven realm. Although they had sealed their cultivation in here, their essence was still the 7th heavenly layer of the heaven realm. The energy in their bodies was enormous. With a loud bang, all of it was transformed into an energy cup and absorbed by the Tianyuan mirror. Yi Shiwen, where did you kill so many powerhouses of the 7th celestial realm? Have you already entered the level of tycoon now? More or less. In this case, I can recover quickly. Suddenly, Yi Mo's excited voice sounded in Yi Shiwen's mind. He had just woken up from a deep sleep, and he felt such a huge power which made him excited in an instant. He didn't know what level Yi Shiwen had reached now. He could only judge from the energy of these flesh and blood. In his opinion, these were all experts of the seventh heaven of Heaven Realm. To be able to kill so many of them, it meant that Yi Shiwen should have also stepped into this level. However, his voice was only a flash in the pan. Even the energy of the seventh celestial realm, a tycoon level, could only slightly wake him up from his deep sleep. It couldn't completely replenish his vitality that had been damaged because he had deceived the gods. In order to help Yi Shiwen, it could be said that his vitality had been damaged. It could even be said that he had hurt his foundation. He needed to recuperate for a long time. Without Yi Shiwen's help and continuous replenishment of his vitality, he might have to sleep for tens of thousands of years. This was the price of deceiving the gods, even if it was a god of unknown origin. However, Yi Shiwen wasn't in the mood to talk to Yi Mo at this time. He stomped on the ground, turned into a streamer of light, and disappeared into the horizon almost at the same time as he stomped on the great Devil Clan's prince. Not good, he wants to escape. At this time, Yi Kuang was the first to react. Combined with the scene he had seen before, how could he still not understand that they had probably left first, and after they left, Yi Shiwen should leave? However, his reminder was still a step too late. Yi Shiwen still rushed out first. Want to leave? Where do you think you're going? Behind him, Demon Zhao instantly reacted, and he almost instinctively chased after Yi Shiwen. Don't go! Leave the corpse of Wen Qilin. Give me your life. Suddenly everyone reacted. Yi Shiwen actually wanted to escape, and they roared and rushed forward. The space was like the surface of a lake, completely penetrated by everyone. The celestial realm experts directly tore the void and chased after Yi Shiwen. Their bodies constantly flickered in the void, and in an instant they had already caught up. At this time, Yi Shiwen, who had decided to escape, had no other scruples. The golden demon wings instantly spread out, and in an instant he had already flown hundreds of miles away, leaving everyone behind him. However, he knew that this was not enough, far from enough. In this special space, he could still lead the others with Yao Yao. However, once they left this special space, when they recovered their seventh level of celestial realm and above, the difference in speed between them would be quickly evened out. The seventh level of celestial realm didn't just mean a slight change in cultivation. At the same time, it also represented a completely different realm. For many people, the sixth level of celestial realm was already considered a big shot, but only the seventh level of celestial realm and above would be called a big shot. The real top figures controlled the life and death of the ancient Baron's continent. Their strength was not just a little bit stronger than him. With his current cultivation, he could only escape unscathed from the seventh level of celestial realm experts. However, there was only one condition. With so many people, including a terrifying existence like Yi Kuang, Yi Shiwen didn't have the slightest confidence. The wings of demon on his back were instantly upgraded to the wings of tempest. A gust of tempest wrapped around his body. His body, which was already extremely fast, instantly rose to another level. In the blink of an eye, he had already traversed thousands of miles. Soon, Yi Shiwen had already rushed to the entrance of the experts' cave residence. Behind him, the roars of those top experts could be heard continuously. They weren't far away either. Both sides had almost set off one after another, so naturally they weren't far apart. Especially Yi Kuang, who was the leader. Yi Shiwen could almost see his figure. Chapter 1550. These experts were in hot pursuit. In the blink of an eye, both parties flew out of this chaotic space and entered the ancient Baron's continent. In the surroundings of this cave abode, the space was completely chaotic. Yi Shiwen, you're dead. How dare you trick us? Bastard, Yi Shiwen, die. Die. At this time, many loud roars came from behind him. Then Yi Shiwen could clearly feel that a tyrannical aura began to erupt. Those powerful giants who could only choose to seal their cultivation in the cave mansion had restored their cultivation. More than a dozen figures chased after Yi Shiwen. The strongest among them was undoubtedly Yi Kuang. Yi Shiwen recalled the rumor that Yi Kuang was breaking through to the 7th level of the heaven realm in seclusion. Now that he thought about it, it was a joke. At this time, Yi Kuang should be thinking of ways to break through to the 8th level of the heaven realm. In the heaven realm, every step was like ascending to the heavens. A realm was a world. Unless it was a monster like Yi Shiwen, ordinary people could not fight beyond their realms. However, even Yi Shiwen had no way to deal with these experts who were chasing after him. He could only flap the pair of tempest wings behind him crazily and flee in the direction of the Yi clan. At this time, the Yi clan was the safest. In the blink of an eye, time passed like sand. A day and a night passed in the blink of an eye. In the blink of an eye, Yi Shiwen had been fleeing for a day and a night. The top experts at the 7th level of the heaven realm behind him were depressed. Yi Shiwen's speed was too fast. It was so fast that even with their strength that far surpassed Yi Shiwen's, they could not catch up in a short period of time. The tempest wings were unparalleled in explosive power. The wind wings were also unparalleled in long-term flight. However, the wind wings and lightning wings had been trained to the extreme by Yi Shiwen. Hence, no matter how they accelerated, they would realize that Yi Shiwen was still in the same place. There was no way to close the distance. As for those martial artists below the 7th heavens of the celestial realm, they simply couldn't hold on any longer. They had already given up on continuing to chase after Yi Shiwen. Only these top experts of the 7th heavens of the celestial realm could possibly continue the chase. Even among the experts of the 7th heavenly layer of celestial realm, there were also different echelons. Many people were already very far behind, and Yi Shiwen was slowly catching up to them. The reason why he was still constantly chasing now was also because he was unwilling to give up. In addition, he also wanted to see if there was any turning point, a typical case of not giving up until he reached the Yellow River. They did not know that all the aura on Yi Shiwen's body was undergoing subtle changes. In his Tianyuan mirror, a terrible power was rippling in it. A small spirit crystal mineral vein was madly burning. After burning, it disintegrated and turned into Lingqi. It was like a vast ocean, instilling into Yi Shiwen's body. For an ordinary person, it was impossible to practice during such an intense escape. However, for Yi Shiwen, who possessed the enlightening mind ancient tree, it was not a problem at all. He could maintain the state of clear mind ancient tree at any time. His mind wouldn't fluctuate in the slightest. Therefore, he could even make a breakthrough in the middle of a battle. This was a very dangerous thing for others. It was already very difficult to succeed even once. However, for Yi Shiwen, it was just like having a meal. It was as normal as eating and drinking water. It wasn't too dangerous for him. Not to mention, he was in such a crazy escape situation. His current cultivation had entered the peak of the 3rd level of the heaven realm. He only needed time to slowly break through to the 4th level of the heaven realm, little by little. The only thing he lacked was time. What Yi Shiwen lacked the most now was time. He did not have so much time to waste. Therefore, he could only choose the most extreme method, which was to use countless Lingqi to forcibly break through. What he lacked now was accumulation. Others used countless years to lay the foundation. If he wanted to make a breakthrough in a short period of time, he would have to consume more than others. He always knew this truth, but he always lacked enough Lingqi. He wanted to go back and apply for a batch of Lingqi from the law enforcement hall, but now there was no need. Hundreds of Lingqi mineral veins, no less than 1 trillion Lingqi, made him rich overnight. Therefore, he was burning a small spirit crystal mineral vein. A small spirit crystal mineral vein was burning like this. Tens of billions of spirit crystals were being burned, and all of them were instilled into Yi Shiwen's body. One could well imagine what kind of effect such a huge amount of power could produce. Now, the realm barrier in Yi Shiwen's body was like a dam that was crazily attacked by a flood that only happened once in 10,000 years. His whole body was constantly sweating, and his whole body seemed to be fished out of the water. Countless powerful forces were rampaging in his body. If not for the enlightening mind ancient tree stabilizing his mind, he was afraid that he would have already died from the pain, not to mention maintaining a calm state and directing this force to continuously break through to the 4th level of the heaven realm. He knew that only by stepping into the 4th level of the heaven realm could he hope to fight with those people behind him. At least, he would have the strength to sit on equal footing with them. He was forced to flee in such a sorry state by them, like a stray dog. He was also suppressing his anger in his heart. Perhaps they knew that it would be difficult to continue to catch up with Yi Shiwen, so these people also gradually gave up. Slowly, Yi Shiwen also could not feel the figures chasing behind him. Only then did he slowly let out a sigh of relief. And at this time, all the power in Yi Shiwen's body began to surge. Yi Shiwen knew that he was not far from breaking through, so he immediately flew forward. Soon, Yi Shiwen, who had gotten rid of these people, also received a reply from Yi Qiong and the others. They did not rush back to the Yi family immediately, but instead they were not far away from Yi Shiwen and the others. They wanted to see when Yi Shiwen needed help. Then they would be able to help. Yi Shiwen rushed to meet up with them in a valley. "Are you okay?" Yi Qianqian stepped forward and asked with concern. Her pair of beautiful eyes had never left Yi Shiwen's body. "I'm fine," Yi Shiwen said with a smile, but it was really thrilling. "They almost caught up with me. If they had caught up with me, then it would have been really troublesome. It's good that you're okay. It's good that you're okay," Yi Qiong also said with relief. These were all the pillars of the Yi family. Losing any one of them would be a huge loss. At this time, Yi Shiwen took out the corpse of the wind Kirin and found the Kirin's heart. He handed it to Yi Qiong and said, "Brother, this is the Kirin's heart that you needed. You should keep this. If it weren't for you, this wind Kirin would have most likely fallen into the hands of others. Moreover, it would have put you all in danger. I really don't have the face to take it anymore," Yi Qiong said with a serious look on his face. He was very clear about Yi Kuang's character. He was a man who would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. If he said that he wouldn't let Yi Qiong obtain the Qilin's heart, then he wouldn't let Yi Qiong obtain it. According to the situation at that time, Yi Kuang was dragging Yi Qiong along with him. It was impossible for him to obtain the Qilin's heart. Therefore, it could be said that Yi Shiwen had obtained the Qilin's corpse by himself. "Brother, you don't need to be so polite with us. Speaking of which, didn't we also need your help in the past?" Yi Shiwen said, "Wind Kirin may also be a good thing for us, but it will be of greater help to senior brother. Wait until you step into the 7th sky of Celestial Realm. Then you will be able to contend against Yi Kuang. At that time, it will be an additional layer of protection for us." After going through this incident, Yi Shiwen clearly understood that it was useless to rely on one's own strength to provide protection. It was more effective and more secure to rely on one's own strength. "Yes, that's right." Yi Qianqian also nodded and said coldly, "Yes, compared to us, brother, you need the Kirin's heart more." Yi Shukong said, "Not to mention, we still have the corpse of the wind Kirin. Although it is not as good as the Kirin's heart, it is still a supreme precious medicine for us. It will definitely be of great benefit to us," Yi Shiwen said with a smile. He took out the corpse of the wind Kirin from the Tianyuan mirror and piled it up on one side. "Well, I will not be unreasonable. In the future, if there is anything I need, I will not hesitate to go through water and tread on fire." Yi Qiong did not continue to insist because he knew that he really needed the Kirin's heart. but you are also about to break through. After eating this Kirin meat, I am afraid that you will be able to break through. Yi Qiong glanced at Yi Shiwen again and said meaningfully, with his cultivation, it was easy for him to see that Yi Shiwen was on the verge of a breakthrough. Not only him, but Yi Qianqian and Yi Shukong could also see that Yi Shiwen's body was constantly leaking energy, and some laws that could only be touched by the fourth level of the celestial realm were constantly manifesting. It was obvious that he was on the verge of a breakthrough. Yi Shiwen was only at the third sky of the celestial realm, but he had already beaten a group of masters at the sixth sky of the celestial realm half to death. Once he broke through to the fourth sky of the celestial realm, how fierce would he be? It seemed that it would be very interesting. Yi Shukong also looked at Yi Shiwen with a somewhat complicated expression. He felt that he was a step slower than Yi Shiwen. Although he still had a great advantage over Yi Shiwen in terms of realm, he was very clear that in terms of combat effectiveness, he was afraid that he had been left far behind by Yi Shiwen. He was somewhat unwilling in his heart, and his fighting spirit was burning. Chapter 1551. Among these people, perhaps only Yi Qianqian didn't care about it. She was so cold, as if nothing in this world could really attract her attention. Just like the ninth heaven fairy, only Yi Shiwen could make her look sideways. She only cared about Yi Shiwen, that's all. Haha, senior brother has good eyesight. Yi Shiwen's face showed a bit of joy. He was about to break through, and his heart was also very happy. Once he stepped into the fourth heaven of celestial realm, his combat power would probably be comparable to the masters of the seventh heaven of celestial realm. Whether it was the fourth heaven of celestial realm or the seventh heaven of celestial realm, it was a watershed, especially the seventh heaven of celestial realm, which was a watershed among watersheds. Once he showed such combat power, among the Yi clan's higher-ups, those who were not friendly to him would have to think twice. Even if they wanted to deal with Yi Shiwen, not everyone could do it. Junior brother, you have good luck. In my opinion, although your talent is not too amazing, although it is far beyond ordinary people, Junior brother's luck is really like that of a celestial being. I have looked through the ancient books, but all of these people, without exception, are people who will achieve great things in the future. Yi Qiong saw through Yi Shiwen's situation at a glance. Yi Qiong saw through Yi Shiwen's situation at a glance. Over the years, Yi Shiwen's innate talent had slowly improved along with his cultivation. Compared to the beginning, Yi Qiong didn't know how much stronger he was. However, those who were able to enter the natural scripture were peerless geniuses. Among these people, Yi Shiwen seemed ordinary. Therefore, in his opinion, there was no other explanation for Yi Shiwen's rapid progress other than a series of fortuitous encounters. This kind of people were commonly known as people with great luck. Naturally, their luck was not bad, but compared to Yi Shiwen, there was still a gap. At this time, Yi Shiwen could only smile at this time. He could not explain much because the mysterious space inside his body was a shocking secret that could not be revealed to anyone. One day, he would take it with him into his coffin. Well, then I won't say much. This qilin meat is also a great tonic. If it is combined with a lot of medicinal herbs to make a medicinal diet, the effect will be even better. If you eat it, it will be greatly beneficial for you. Previously, for this wind qilin, I went to look up some ancient books and found an ancient recipe. It is an ancient recipe left behind by ancient humans who stewed qilin meat. This recipe can maximize the benefits of qilin meat. Yi Qiong grabbed an ancient recipe from the void and handed it over to Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen could not help but be secretly speechless. This ancient person was really not ordinary fierce. He actually dared to eat qilin as food. In the end, what kind of fierce person could be so fierce? One must know that in ancient times, qilin was far from being as rare as it was now. In fact, it was almost a phenomenon. However, a pure-blooded qilin would have the strength of the ninth layer of celestial being realm when it reached adulthood. Among them, the strong ones could easily break through to the celestial being realm. In the face of such a terrifying existence, someone actually dared to eat qilin as food. Moreover, the most important thing was that this person had actually researched the recipe. The person who left this ancient recipe was definitely a strong person of his generation. No, it should be said that he was also a peerless, fierce person of his generation. He was too fierce. Yi Shiwen could only say that he was too fierce. Yi Shiwen glanced at the records of the ancient recipe. In addition to the qilin meat, the other medicinal materials were also rare and precious medicinal materials. However, Yi Shiwen's Tianyuan mirror also had a lot of medicinal materials. Although he could not find many of them, he could still use other materials to replace them. He didn't hesitate at all. He had already burned the spirit crystals of 2 small spirit crystal mines. In other words, he had consumed 20 billion spirit crystals in such a short period of time. Although he felt that he wasn't far from breaking through, he was still one step away from it. He could feel that the opportunity lay in this pot of qilin meat. Yi Qiong took the qilin's heart to the side of the mountain wall. He dug a cave and entered into a state of closed-door training. Yi Shiwen and Yi Shukong also began to peel and clean this huge mountain of qilin. Such a huge, fierce beast could not even find a pot. Yi Shiwen simply used the 8 treasures universe cauldron. Although there were a few cracks on the 8 treasures universe cauldron, Yi Shiwen did not have time to repair them. However, it was more than enough to cook this qilin. The wind qilin was finally cooked thoroughly after half a day's effort. Countless wind attribute principles began to manifest in the surroundings and unceasingly entwined in the valley. An extremely mellow meaty smell, mixed with the medicinal fragrance, floated in the entire valley. Yi Shiwen had set up a magic array in the surroundings, so he didn't let even a little bit of the medicinal fragrance and the meaty smell escape. One must know that this was mixed with the whole body essence of this qilin. If it was an ordinary person, even a sniff of it could easily break through the heaven and earth bridge and enter the Xiantian state from the Hotian state. This showed how effective the medicinal effect was. Yi Shiwen sniffed the medicinal fragrance in the air and suddenly only felt that all the pores on his body were about to open up. The real Yuan in his body also began to move, almost under the influence of the medicinal and meat fragrance. It automatically broke through to the 4th sky of the celestial realm. I'm dying of cravings. I didn't expect to think like this. This is an authentic, auspicious beast, much stronger than any flood dragon I've eaten before. Yi Shiwen squinted and said, in the past, Yi Shiwen had eaten some mixed blood flood dragons and thought that it was already the best in the world. However, compared to the authentic qilin, it was still a far cry. Although he was not a glutton, he still could not help but salivate. On the side, Yi Shukong also could not care less about the arrogance of the son of Divine Prince. He could not help but stare at the qilin meat. This was a qilin, a real qilin that could only be seen in the ancient books. It was not a qilin beast. An adult qilin was a terrifying powerhouse of the 9th sky of the celestial realm. If one wanted to kill them, one would have to pay with their life. Moreover, even if one wanted to kill them, one would have to find the current qilin. Hurry up and eat, I can't wait anymore. Yi Shiwen immediately grabbed the 8 treasure heaven and earth cauldron that had turned into a large pot and tore out a large piece of meat. He took a bite and immediately felt that it was incomparably delicious. His whole body was glowing. He only felt that the qi in his body was rising bit by bit. Ever since he started cultivating, his need for food was limited to the desire for good food. Under normal circumstances, he would not touch those kinds of food. It was also difficult to arouse his interest in ordinary food. However, today's qilin was different. It was an authentic, ancient, auspicious beast, and eating it could also increase one's cultivation. Sure enough, I still have to be like a human, Yi Shiwen said with emotion. If it were not for Yi Qiong, he would probably directly crush the body of the qilin beast on the spot and directly absorb all the blood essence. Although this method was more direct, How could it compare to cooking like this? Moreover, that was a bit too much of an animal. The two next to him, Yi Shukong and Yi Qianqian, were also eating until their mouths were dripping with oil. The aura on their bodies seemed to be uncontrollable, sweeping out in circles. Yi Shiwen had already entered the peak of the third level of celestial realm. It could be said that he was already at the peak, so his cultivation was very limited no matter how much growth it had. However, these two were different. They had just entered the sixth level of celestial realm, and there was still a lot of room for improvement. Originally, they did not know how many spirit crystals and how much time it would take. Now, under the medicinal effect of the Qilin meat, their cultivation had skyrocketed. It could be said that a lot of time was saved. The two kept eating until they felt that their bodies could not eat anymore. They were completely full, so they gave up and quickly sat down cross-legged. Then they began to refine this huge power. This was not an ordinary Qilin. This was a powerful existence of the ninth level of celestial realm. Under normal circumstances, the four of them together would not be a match for this Qilin. Moreover, it had lived for God knows how many years, and its power was so profound that it was terrifying. After Yi Shiwen's cooking, all the power was dispersed into the meat. If it was an ordinary person, they would not be able to withstand it at all. It was also because of their own tyrannical strength that they could refine it. But even so, they had only swallowed less than a quarter of the Qilin's meat. They really couldn't eat anymore. The skyrocketing spiritual qi was constantly gushing out from their pores. They couldn't control it, even if they wanted to. Now it felt like they were swallowing clouds and spitting out smoke. When this power was completely refined, they would probably be able to enter the peak of the sixth level of celestial realm. There was even hope for them to rush to the seventh level of celestial realm in one go. On the other side, Yi Shiwen had devoured the other quarter of the Qilin's body. He had devoured both Yi Shukong's and Yi Qianqian's portions. One could imagine what kind of state he was in right now. He felt as if his body was bursting with power, tearing apart every cell in his body. It was as if his whole body was about to explode and then escape. Even his tyrant body was constantly bleeding. His blood vessels were squeezed and burst, and the blood was also full of medicinal fragrance. He sat cross-legged and closed his eyes to cultivate. He had already entered the peak of the third level of celestial realm. He had also swallowed 2 small spirit crystal veins and 20 billion spirit crystals. It could be said that his accumulation was incomparably deep. He was just one step away, and this Qilin's medicinal cuisine was such an opportunity. Boom! 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 Yi Shiwen's whole body was also constantly exploding with a loud bang. Every time a loud bang exploded, it seemed as if a crack had appeared on the barrier of the realm. After an unknown amount of time, Yi Shiwen finally stopped exuding a terrifying aura. It was not because he stopped, but because he had broken through the fourth level of celestial realm. He had finally entered the fourth level of celestial realm. So you were hiding here. It took me a long time to find you. Chapter 1552. Yi Shiwen had just made a breakthrough. He didn't even have the time to be pleasantly surprised. Suddenly, an ice-cold voice came from the void. It was as cold as the winter. Suddenly, Yi Shiwen woke up with a start. So you were hiding here. It took me a long time to find you. Yi Kuang. Yi Shiwen felt goosebumps all over his body. He didn't expect that Yi Kuang would actually appear here. Suddenly, not only Yi Shiwen, but even Yi Shukong, Yi Qianqian, and Yi Qiong were also instantly alarmed. However, they were all in closed-door training to refine the Qilin meat or the Qilin heart. If they forced themselves to come out at this time, it would be tantamount to wasting all their previous efforts. Just like Yi Shiwen before, the consequence of forcibly coming out of closed-door training was that originally he was only a little bit away from breaking through. But in the end, it was tantamount to wasting all their previous efforts. If you don't take what the heavens give you, you will suffer. Don't move first, Let me go out and meet him." Yi Shiwen said immediately. As he moved, suddenly there was a burst of crackling sounds, as if his whole body had suddenly undergone a rebirth. From head to toe, his whole body was emitting the fragrance of treasured medicine, mixed with the smell of qilin meat. Yi Shiwen immediately grabbed the remaining half-pot of medicinal cuisine and directly grabbed it into Tianyuan mirror. Then he slowly opened the array formation and flew out of the valley. In the void, he saw a figure standing in the void like a pillar supporting the sky. His eyes were as cold as snow, overlooking the valley where Yi Shiwen and the others were in. Seeing Yi Shiwen coming out, a somewhat surprised look appeared on his face. It seemed that he could also feel the huge changes in Yi Shiwen. In fact, even a blind person could see the huge changes in Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen, who had just broken through, did not have time to consolidate his realm. From head to toe, his whole body was emitting the unstable aura of having just broken through, mixed with the fragrance of qilin meat and treasured medicine. For a moment, it was like an auspicious omen. With mist flying together, his whole person actually looked like a person in the realm of immortals. Have you already eaten that qilin?" Yi Kuang's complexion suddenly changed as he said. Thinking of this result, a sharp light flashed in his eyes and shot towards Yi Shiwen. For him, the wind qilin was almost in the bag. Although he had already thought of this result on the way, when he really saw it, he still could not help but be furious. Recklessly wasting natural resources, qilin meat could be said to be the most expensive and the most rare ingredient in the world. As the saying goes, the heaven has dragon meat and the earth has donkey meat. Although qilin was not a dragon, it was not much different. To it, thinking of this, an inexplicable fire emerged in his heart. Thinking of this, an inexplicable fire in his heart. There should still be some leftovers left, right? At least there are some leftovers for you. Yi Shiwen sneered while looking at Yi Kuang and said. At the same time, he was constantly refining the remaining medicinal efficacies in order to stabilize his cultivation level and try to stall for some time. Yi and Yi Zaido to consolidate. Yi to the Kuang to win. Ti and to was to. Yi and Yi Shiwen, who had just entered the fourth sky of the celestial realm, didn't have the time to stabilize his cultivation. Even if he had just entered the fourth sky of the celestial realm, he still did not have the confidence to fight Yi Kuang. Yes, even if he had already entered the fourth sky of the celestial realm, his battle strength was not inferior to the seventh sky of the celestial realm. But even so, when facing Yi Kuang, who had already entered the peak of the seventh sky of the celestial realm, he still did not have much confidence. But the difference was that before, Yi Shiwen did not have much confidence in protecting himself, but now it was more than enough to protect himself. This was also the fundamental basis of his confidence when facing Yi Kuang. "I think you are courting death." Yi Kuang's expression was ugly, as if he had been angered by Yi Shiwen. "Do you really think that I won't kill you? Don't be fooled by the fact that many people in your family are protecting you and watching over you. In my eyes, you are nothing at all. People like you are like weeds. If you cut off a batch, another batch will grow. You are nothing at all." "We are weeds? Aren't you the same?" Yi Shiwen sneered. "Geniuses are meaningless. In this world, countless geniuses are born every moment. We are just a part of them that have grown up. When you ridicule us as weeds, have you ever thought that you are no better than yourself?" Yi Shiwen sneered coldly. "You are a genius. Me. How can you compare with me? I am the son of luck, and sooner or later, I will rule the Yi family. Only under my leadership. Yi family can walk on the path of glory and prosperity, and not like now, where even the Wang family dares to bully us." Yi Kuang said indifferently. His tone was incomparably confident. That kind of confidence made him look at Yi Shiwen and the others as if he was looking at ants. "And the reason why Yi family has become like this is because there are too many people like you. Yi family only needs one voice, and this voice will be me in the future. Only under my leadership, Yi family can rise again. Not only can you not help Yi family, but you are also the stepping stones. Not only can you not help Yi family, but you also want to divide Yi family's remaining luck. This is absolutely a crime worthy of death. A crime worthy of death. Yi Shiwen laughed, but he was not angry at all. In his opinion, Yi Kuang was simply crazy. Yi Kuang regarded everyone as an obstacle, and even wanted to turn Yi family into a one-man army. This idea in itself was very dangerous. Although a wise leader could bring an organization to its peak, it could also completely destroy an organization. It was very dangerous to want to have a single word in the Yi family. Even God couldn't guarantee that he wouldn't make a mistake. This was an impossible thing in itself. The Yi clan's current system ensured the balance of power. Although it wasn't the best system, it wasn't the worst either. In this environment where there was competition and cooperation, the Yi clan's competitiveness could be guaranteed. This was the best system that had evolved after countless years of struggle. Yi Kuang actually wanted to overthrow this system, unless his strength reached a frightening level. Otherwise, it would be impossible. Just thinking about it was already very dangerous. Yi Kuang was indeed worthy of his name. I don't want to talk nonsense with you anymore. Yi Qiong is down there, right? Yi Kuang looked at Yi Shiwen and said calmly. It was as if the person who had said those arrogant words just a moment ago was not him. I know that you wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to consolidate your realm. Speaking of which, I underestimated you. I didn't expect you to make such progress in such a short period of time. But it's useless. In front of me, you are no match for me. Even if you consolidate your realm, you are still no match for me. Your biggest problem is your age. If I give you a few more years, you may become a strong opponent, but you won't have this opportunity. I gave you a chance before. If you obediently hand over the Qilin's heart and let me cut off Yi Qiong's luck, then I would have let you live. But who would have thought that you would be so ungrateful? Don't blame me for what happens next. Yi Kuang narrowed his eyes and said, So we have to thank you? Yi Shiwen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What kind of logic was this? He wanted to rob them of the Qilin's heart, but now he wanted them to thank him? Only an arrogant person would be able to think of such logical thinking. Stop talking nonsense. If you want the Qilin's heart, then let's see if you can get past me first, Yi Shiwen said in a cold voice. His aura had gradually stabilized. He had taken advantage of the time when he was talking to Yi Kuang. He had already consolidated his realm by 70 to 80%. Yi Kuang watched helplessly as Yi Shiwen consolidated his cultivation level bit by bit. Inevitably, a horrified look flashed in his eyes, but it was only a little bit of surprise and nothing more. He still didn't put Yi Shiwen in his eyes, but with his pride, he wouldn't do something that he didn't think was necessary. Yi Qiong hasn't appeared yet. It seems that he hasn't refined the Qilin's heart yet. If that's the case, then I still have a chance. If you step aside now, you still have a chance to live, Yi Kuang said. Otherwise, this day next year will be the day of your death. Yi Kuang's words rang in Yi Shiwen's ears. He didn't know when he had appeared next to Yi Shiwen. His speed was so fast that it seemed as if he had pierced through the void. However, he didn't make the slightest movement. His whole body was like a ghost, and he instantly appeared next to Yi Shiwen. A long sword was already in his hand, and it was unknowingly placed on Yi Shiwen's neck. Yi Shiwen's pupils suddenly contracted. So fast, cold sweat suddenly dripped down. It wasn't that Yi Kuang's agility was faster than his devil wings, but don't forget that he was only at the peak of the 4th level of the celestial realm, and Yi Kuang was already at the peak of the 7th level of the celestial realm. There was a gap of 3 levels between the two, and he didn't expect Yi Kuang's speed to be so fast. I know that your speed is very fast, but my speed is even faster. My agility was created by the ancestors of the demon-suppressing city, based on a kind of demon butterfly in the demon world. It is called demon butterfly transformation, and I have already practiced it to the 8th transformation. It is impossible for your speed to catch up with mine." Yi Kuang said, but the movement of his hand was not slow at all. His long sword suddenly burst out with a powerful jinyuan and slashed towards Yi Shiwen's neck. Chapter 1553. Shua! Yi Shiwen's figure disappeared from Yi Kuang's hand. When he reappeared, he was already behind Yi Kuang. That was close. If it was before, I would not have been able to dodge your demon butterfly transformation. But now don't look down on me. With this shout, Yi Kuang suddenly felt a terrifying power entangling and boiling behind him. Compared to before he had a breakthrough, Yi Shiwen had undergone an earth-shattering change. The vast energy crashed down, creating a huge crack in the ground. It was so deep that the bottom could not be seen. It did not succeed. Yi Shiwen didn't have any hesitation when his attack failed to succeed. He immediately jumped away, but the place where he had been standing a moment ago had already been penetrated by a big hand and instantly collapsed. In the void, both of them slowly revealed their figures. Both of them had a dignified look on their faces. Through the brief exchange just now, both of them realized that the other's speed was not ordinary. It would not be easy to win by relying on speed alone. For both of them, this was a difficult choice. If they were fighting in an ordinary place, then Yi Shiwen could easily leave, even if Yi Kuang's strength was stronger than him. But for Yi Shiwen, who had entered the 4th sky of Celestial Realm, the threat of Yi Kuang had been reduced to the minimum. But because Yi Qiong, Yi Qianqian, and Yi Shukong were behind him, he could only choose to face it head-on. For Yi Kuang, what he needed to do was to stop Yi Qiong from refining the Qilin's heart. Unlike Yi Shiwen, Yi Qiong had been competing with him for hundreds of years. They knew each other very well. Yi Qiong's foundation was very deep. Once he had the opportunity to enter the 7th sky of Celestial Realm, he would soon catch up with Yi Kuang's cultivation. Don't look down on the difference of one level. In fact, for the two of them, it was only a half-step difference. This was why he wanted to cut off Yi Qiong's luck and stop him from refining the Qilin's heart. Perhaps Yi Qiong would have a way to enter the 7th sky of Celestial Realm in the future, but the cut-off luck would form a gap and eventually collapse. If you don't take what the heavens have given you, you'll end up suffering from chaos. Once you miss some opportunities, you won't get them again. Therefore, he absolutely couldn't allow Yi Qiong to refine the Qilin's heart. This time he knew Yi Qiong's plan in advance, so he could set up a targeted trap. However, Yi Shiwen had ruined his plan in the end. Next time, Yi Qiong would certainly be more careful, and wouldn't easily let him know of his plan. At that time, it would be even more difficult to ruin his luck. Just like him, if Yi Shiwen hadn't accidentally discovered that he had obtained the God Sin, he might have already stepped into the 8th level of the Celestial Realm by now. At that time, he would truly be invincible. Facing Yi Kuang, who had already stepped into the 8th level of the Celestial Realm, Yi Shiwen had no chance at all. He would collapse on the spot, and he, Yi Qiong, and the others might all die. This was the relationship of cause and effect. Any small change could cause a huge difference. And this time, Yi Shiwen was the stumbling block on his path forward. Yi Kuang had a faint smile on his face. He really didn't expect that a small character that he didn't care about in the past would become the biggest stumbling block in his plan to eradicate Yi Qiong. Both sides had their reasons for fighting, and neither could retreat. Therefore, in just a moment, both sides had already decided that this battle was inevitable. Thinking of this, Yi Kuang's eyes once again became cold and ruthless. In his eyes, Yi Shiwen had now become a target that must be eradicated. Since you don't know what's good for you, then don't blame me. I know that you have some fortuitous encounters, but now, all of them belong to me. Yi Kuang's eyes were cold, as if he could see through Yi Shiwen. If you want my fortuitous encounters, then come and try it yourself. Yi Shiwen sneered, no matter how much you say, you can't shake my will. This battle I will not lose. The golden divinities on Yi Shiwen's body began to surge, and the golden luster illuminated half of the sky. From afar, he looked like a golden god, brave and invincible. In the face of such a strong enemy, Yi Shiwen didn't dare to hold back. The wind and thunder wings behind him spread out, and the surroundings quickly turned into a kingdom of wind and thunder. Countless wind and thunder forces swept across the sky. The power of wind and lightning seemed to have transformed into gods of wind and lightning. It was like a conquering army. "All right, then, let me kill you." Yi Kuang took a step forward, and a long sword appeared in his hand. He chopped out with his sword, and the space shattered with a loud bang, turning into powder and annihilated. Countless great waves were born and extinguished, manifesting in the midst of it. Everything in the world seemed to be contained within it, possessing endless changes. From this, it could be seen how unfathomable Yi Shiwen's realm was. Ordinary experts of the seventh heavenly layer of celestial being realm were simply not his match. Yi Kuang didn't use any moves, just a simple sword slash, but it had an unparalleled, terrifying power. It was as if the heavens had slashed down, and it was incomparably terrifying. Yi Shiwen's hands instantly spread out like a dragon's claw, and in the void, endless divine light splashed out. The torn golden light fiercely collided with the sword. Dang! An explosive sound of gold and iron colliding resounded. The golden rays of light and the sword Qi fiercely collided with each other and vibrated again and again. The space fluctuated violently as if it was in a deep sleep. Then it suddenly burst open with a loud bang, as if it was completely unable to accommodate this terrible force. Rip! In an instant, the golden light that Yi Shiwen had torn out was cut open on the spot, and Yi Kuang's sword light did not lose its momentum, and once again, it slashed towards Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen once again blasted out a punch, and the surging fist energy once again collided with the sword light. Boom! In front of Yi Shiwen's fist energy, the sword Qi completely collapsed and directly turned into a divine light that filled the sky and disappeared in a puff of smoke. In the end, this sword Qi did not fall on Yi Shiwen's body. However, Yi Shiwen's complexion became more and more dignified. Just now, both sides had collided head-on, and the result was that Yi Shiwen had fallen into a disadvantageous position. Although in the end, the sword Qi did not rush in front of him, but the power of Yi Kuang's sword attack had required Yi Shiwen to use 2 moves to resist it. Right now, Yi Shiwen had only just consolidated his cultivation, and in front of Yi Qiong, who had climbed to the peak of the 7th sky of celestial realm, he still appeared to be very naive. All of this happened in the blink of an eye, and just as Yi Shiwen had destroyed the sword Qi, Yi Kuang's next wave of attack violently blasted towards Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen did not know what kind of swordsmanship it was, but the sword Qi instantly swept down and formed a kingdom of swordsmanship, covering the sky and sword light everywhere, forming a sword net that instantly enveloped Yi Shiwen. Facing Yi Shiwen, Yi Kuang did not plan to use any techniques and only relied on his tyrannical strength to suppress Yi Shiwen. His ambition was not small. Facing this sky full of sword light, Yi Shiwen's eyes were like torches, and his big hand directly spread out and instantly grabbed towards the void of the sword light. Dang! A loud roar resounded. Yi Shiwen's big hand fiercely collided with the sword light in the void, and the sky suddenly shattered, as if the universe was collapsing and the sky was collapsing. The scene was extremely horrifying, and ordinary people would not be able to imagine this kind of horror. When this rumbling power fell on the valley below, endless divinities emerged and completely engulfed this power. Thump, thump, thump. In this chaotic situation, Yi Shiwen took a few steps back, and finally this power was dissolved. His expression became more and more solemn, but there was no anger in his eyes, as if he had become a robot, and there was only coldness and ruthlessness in his eyes. He had already entered a state of clarity, and he was very clear that in the face of such a strong enemy, as long as there was a little miscalculation, he could die on the spot. Only by calculating everything could he have a chance to stall this enemy. But fortunately, after all, he had already entered the fourth sky of celestial realm, or else he would not even have the strength to fight. It's useless in front of my strength. You are simply not enough. Yi Kuang was cold and ruthless like a god. There was no arrogance, only the most straightforward self-confidence. His big hand grabbed toward the void, and suddenly the void began to boil like water, and then many sword principles directly manifested on the spot, forming a kingdom of sword principles around his body. Yi Shiwen couldn't help but suck in a mouthful of cold air. Yi Kuang's cultivation and understanding of swordsmanship were truly terrifying. Moreover, the most important thing was that Yi Kuang wasn't a sword cultivator. Even though he wasn't a sword cultivator, he was still able to comprehend swordsmanship to such an extent. He simply gave up on using sword techniques and directly manifested the laws of the way of the sword. Laws appeared in the void, and they were abnormally cryptic and profound. The scene looked extremely terrifying. I'd like to see to what extent you can withstand in my domain. Yi Kuang snorted coldly, and his big hand directly grabbed a sword principle, transforming it into a sharp sword that broke through the sky like lightning and instantly threw it out. Swish! With a sharp, piercing sound, this sharp sword formed by the sword principles immediately pierced through the sky, fiercely breaking through the vast sky and headed towards Yi Shiwen's face. It was fast and urgent, as fast as lightning. In an instant it had already broken through the void and directly chopped down. Yi Shiwen squinted his eyes and suddenly opened them. A violent power was running rampant in his body. He spread out his hands in front of him, and an inexhaustible Zhan Yuan formed a huge qi wall in front of him. It rose with a loud rumble and protected him in it. Chapter 1554. At the same time, the power of wind and thunder around him turned into wind and thunder gods. The conquering army rushed towards the sword. Boom! This sharp sword, transformed from the law of sword Tao, directly slashed the conquering army in the sky, directly tearing a huge gap in the sky. It blasted down with unparalleled power and fiercely slammed into the qi wall that Yi Shiwen had set up. Boom! With a bang, the qi wall that Yi Shiwen had spread out was instantly defeated. It was not a match at all and could only play a momentary role in blocking. Break! Yi Shiwen shouted and blasted out a punch. The terrifying fist energy instantly surged and swept up a huge torrent of energy. Boom! Yi Shiwen's fist and the sword light fiercely collided with each other. A terrifying explosion, like the sound of metal colliding, resounded. Endless energy waves splashed out, and the endless void shattered on the spot. Many principles manifested and disappeared without a trace on the spot. In a sense, the fight between the two was already a fight between the laws of both sides. The realms of both sides could be said to have reached an unimaginable realm. Drip, drip! Drops of blood dripped down from Yi Shiwen's golden skin. His fist could be said to be a bloody mess. It was cut by this amazing sword light. This was not cut by power, but by the sword principle. Even Yi Shiwen's tyrant body could not escape the fate of being injured. This was because he was a tyrant body. If it was an ordinary person, just that sword light would be able to completely injure him. For Yi Shiwen, this was an unprecedentedly powerful master, a powerful opponent who was enough to threaten his life, but he could not retreat. There was a faint cry of a phoenix in his body, and a stream of qi was repairing the wound on his fist. Yi Kuang's expression was cold and ruthless. He grabbed another sword principle and turned it into a sharp sword. He took a step forward and slashed in front of Yi Shiwen. A simple move in his hands, but it had a great power that could slash the world. This was a sword strike that excelled the work of nature. It did not have the slightest trace of a sword technique, and it did not adhere to the changes of the moves. It came crashing down with boundless power. However, Yi Shiwen's complexion remained unchanged. A big sword appeared in his hand, and a powerful Zhen Yuan surged out of his body. Compared to an ordinary person, his Zhen Yuan was many times more powerful, so he wasn't afraid of any kind of consumption. Boom! A terrifying explosion sound was heard, and a huge sword qi swept out. Yi Kuang's sword qi was getting more and more terrifying, as if it was going to cut through everything. The injury on Yi Shiwen's hand became even more serious. In this collision, he was sent flying on the spot. In the face of Yi Kuang's all-out attack, Yi Shiwen was at a disadvantage in terms of cultivation level. If he was at the 7th heaven of the Heaven Realm, even if he had just stepped into the 7th heaven of the Heaven Realm, the situation would be completely different. Sometimes he could make up for the disparity in realm with his fighting prowess, but sometimes it would bring him a fatal disadvantage. Bang! 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 Yi Shiwen was constantly sent flying, and in a moment they had already exchanged thousands of blows. The fluctuations of the exchange between the two sides were getting more and more intense. As the exchange continued, more and more wounds appeared on Yi Shiwen's body, even if he had the gilded tyrant form. But in the face of the sword Dao laws that had transformed into sharp swords, he still couldn't avoid being attacked. The divinities on his body were cut open, and the sword Dao laws were wreaking havoc on his body. Even the divinities couldn't cover his wounds, and exposed to the air, his flesh was exposed. Compared to Yi Shiwen's embarrassing situation, Yi Kuang was in a much better state, but he wasn't much better. Finally, there was a trace of fluctuation in his eyes. Yi Shiwen was like a madman who didn't care about his own life. Relying on his tyrannical, tyrant body technique and phoenix regeneration technique, Yi Shiwen almost gave up most of his defense and carried on the offensive. He succeeded in leaving a few wounds on Yi Kuang's body. Although they weren't fatal injuries, it was a wake-up call for him. Yi Shiwen was no longer an ant who had no power to fight back. Yi Shiwen's counterattack for Yi Kuang was something that he had to pay attention to. Even a rabbit will bite when it's anxious, let alone Yi Shiwen. Phew! However, the more it was like this, the more Yi Kuang wanted to kill Yi Shiwen. Now, not only to eradicate Yi Qiong, but also because Yi Shiwen had become his target. The power in his body began to surge, and the sword Dao laws around his body all condensed in his hand, turning into a huge light sword. You are more difficult to deal with than I thought, and more powerful, but it's useless. For me, I alone am enough. I don't need another one. Yi Kuang looked at Yi Shiwen coldly and said. A powerful qi emerged from his body, and suddenly a huge city appeared in the sky. This huge city vaguely formed the word Zhen Zhan. This ancient word swept out as if it wanted to suppress everything. Yi Kuang also had a pseudo-Dao character, and it was the word Zhen Zhan. It was really terrifying. Yi Shiwen could see that countless power began to sweep out from Yi Kuang's body and condensed on top of the word Zhen, making the city that was formed by the word Zhen become bigger and bigger. Everything in the surroundings instantly calmed down, whether it was the broken space or the chaotic chaos. In front of this power, everything was suppressed in an instant. Yi Shiwen, in front of me, you have no chance of winning. I will suppress your Tao and shatter your world. In front of this ancient word, everything you have is nothing. Yi Kuang said coldly. Boom! Yi Kuang's whole body erupted with a terrifying aura, and he stood in the air like a demon god, exuding a terrifying aura. At this moment in the world, only his Tao was circulating and everything else was suppressed. Even the air was frozen. Yi Shiwen only felt that it was extremely difficult for him to even breathe. At this moment, his whole body seemed to have integrated into the void, and he had become the master of the world, and no one was enough to stand in front of him. Yi Shiwen's expression became dignified. This word, Zhen, was too terrifying, and Yi Shiwen could even feel that it might be even more powerful than the Wu and Dou characters in his body. Only the Feng character in his body might be able to fight against Yi Kuang's Jin character. This should be the unique pseudo-Dao character of the demon-suppressing city. I didn't expect Demon Lord Yi to pass this word to you. Yi Shiwen had already guessed the origin of this pseudo-Dao character in a flash. Yes, this should be the pseudo-Dao character of the demon-suppressing city, and even the rise of the demon-suppressing city was because of this word Zhen. In addition, the ancestors of the demon-suppressing city had comprehended a lost technique from the word Zhen, and slowly formed the demon-suppressing city, and only the lord of the demon-suppressing city was qualified to have this word Zhen. Because only with this word Zhen could it be possible to master the martial arts of the demon-suppressing city in a very short period of time, and refine it to a very profound realm. Now that this word Zhen had appeared in Yi Kuang's hand, one could imagine how much importance the demon-suppressing city attached to Yi Kuang. It's nothing. I will be the descendant of the demon-suppressing city in the future, and now it's just an embodiment of the demon-suppressing city, that's all. However, I heard that you have the word seal in your body. The word Zhen and the word seal were found in the same place by our ancestors. But I didn't expect that in order to suppress the yin-yang life and death diagram in your body, Yi Jintian actually went to the patriarch, and I don't know what price he paid, but he actually lent you the word seal. Yi Kuang faintly said, and the aura on his body was getting more and more powerful. Right now, the yin-yang life and death diagram in your body can't display its power, and even your seal character has to seal the power of the yin-yang life and death diagram. But if it falls into my hands, it will be different. I will use the seal character to seal the power of the yin-yang life and death diagram, and then use the Zhen character to transform the power of the yin-yang life and death diagram into the yin-yang life and death diagram. When the time comes, my cultivation will have an amazing breakthrough, and this is the most correct method. Whether it is the yin-yang life and death diagram or the seal character, they're nothing but pearls covered in dust in your hands. That's all. Whether it's pearls covered in dust or not, you don't need to worry about it. If you want it, then defeat me. Yi Shiwen looked at Yi Kuang and said. His eyes flickered because Yi Kuang's words had given him a new idea. For him, this yin-yang life and death diagram was not as good as other people imagined. On the contrary, for him, this yin-yang life and death diagram was like a time bomb, and he didn't know when it would explode. Most of the power of the seal character was used to suppress this yin-yang life and death diagram. However, if he could obtain the suppress character, then he would be able to transform the power of the yin-yang life and death diagram, and his strength would instantly soar. Then he would be able to unleash the power of life and death, which was simply unparalleled. Yi Shiwen, how dare you? I really didn't expect that you would dare to scheme against me. Yi Kuang was so angry that he laughed. He had seen through Yi Shiwen's thoughts, or rather, Yi Shiwen didn't have the slightest intention of concealing it. He didn't expect that Yi Shiwen would still dare to scheme against him under such circumstances. He was simply too audacious and lawless. If he wasn't this kind of person, how could he have caused so much trouble since his return? You think you can scheme against me? You think I can't scheme against you? Yi Kuang, the wheel of fortune turns sooner or later. You will fall into my hands. Yi Shiwen grinned and said, What a joke! Yi Kuang said with an ice-cold look on his face. In an instant, the suppress character crashed down towards Yi Shiwen. Chapter 1555. The world suddenly changed color. The sky turned dark, the sun and the moon lost their light. Everything trembled under the pressure of this suppress character. It suppressed everything violently. All the great Tao, all the laws, all the martial arts were suppressed and restrained. Unless one's strength was far beyond Yi Kuang's, then in front of this suppress character, everything was like a floating cloud. The more powerful one's strength was, the more it would trigger a crazy counterattack from the suppress character. Moreover, Yi Kuang's understanding of this suppress character was much more profound than Yi Shiwen's understanding of the seal character. At this time, Yi Shiwen's body also emitted two terrifying auras. One was the martial character, the other was the fighting character. These two ancient characters protected Yi Shiwen from the front and the other from the back. They emitted a powerful light and forcibly resisted the suppression of the suppress character. Boom! 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 The three ancient characters constantly emitted powerful rays of light in the void. It was extremely terrifying. As the confrontation continued to intensify, the three ancient characters actually began to transform into three figures. Three huge figures began to fight in the void. These pseudo-Dao runes and ancient characters were the embodiment of the ancient masters' understanding of martial arts. In other words, these ancient characters were equivalent to the incarnation of the ancient master's will. They were powerful to a terrifying extent. Moreover, they also contained their understanding of martial arts. At this moment, all of them were manifested. The Zhen character behind Yi Kuang turned into an old man. This old man's might was peerless. Each of his movements contained great power. He was like an emperor. Each of his movements could suppress the heavens and earth. Each of his movements could cause the heavens and earth to tremble. Everything in the world was suppressed. Yi Shiwen's Wu and Dou characters also transformed into two huge figures. The Wu character transformed into a phantom of a middle-aged man. His body was brimming with an obscure aura. It seemed as if he was an eternal great way. No one could see through his aura and see through his essence. He seemed to be the great Tao. He was the source of everything, the origin of all martial arts. Just looking at him would bring great benefits. He seemed to be evolving martial arts at every moment. Claw techniques, fist techniques, sword techniques. Thousands of martial arts were evolving on him. He was powerful and terrifying. The fighting character turned into the appearance of a young man. An incomparably terrifying aura splashed out from his body. All kinds of martial arts could be displayed on his body. Every movement of his could pierce through the sky. No one could be arrogant in front of him. This was the essence of the fighting character. At this time, Yi Shiwen's martial and fighting characters joined forces to resist the phantom of Yi Kuang's suppressed character. The confrontation between the two was equivalent to a confrontation between the great Tao. Whoever had a better understanding of the great Tao would gain a decisive advantage. The three terrifying phantoms pierced through the world and turned the entire place into a battlefield. Only the valley under Yi Shiwen's feet was safe and sound under the protection of his divinities. Even the seal character inside Yi Shiwen's body sensed the existence of the suppressed character. It was constantly stirring. It wanted to turn into a phantom and rush forward. However, it was suppressed by Yi Shiwen. Once the seal character left his body, then the power of the yin-yang life and death diagram would instantly erupt. For him, it would be a disaster, at least for the current Yi Shiwen. He had no way to digest the power of the yin-yang life and death diagram. Even so, a large amount of Zhenyuan was being drawn out of his body at every moment. In order to maintain the consumption of these two ancient characters, his face began to turn pale. This move was very powerful, so naturally the consumption was also very large. Yi Shiwen, I didn't expect that besides the seal character inside your body, there are actually two more ancient characters. Ha ha ha! It just so happens that these two ancient characters belong to me now. With these two ancient characters, I will become even more powerful. Yi Kuang laughed heartily, and the suppressed character phantom above his head directly rushed towards Yi Shiwen's two ancient character phantoms. Suppress, suppress, suppress for me. The huge phantom of the suppress character kept raising its hand and slamming down. Yi Shiwen's two ancient characters were constantly being bombarded and forced to retreat step by step. Obviously, there was a big gap between them and the suppressed character. Yi Shiwen clenched his teeth and persevered. The void under his feet continued to crack, and he himself was being pushed back bit by this formidable force. The Zhenyuan on his body was also being swallowed by the two ancient characters bit by bit. Hold on, hold on. Yi Shiwen closed his eyes, clenched his teeth, and persevered. His face began to gradually turn pale. At this time, inside Tianyuan Mirror, a spirit crystal mineral vein began to burn crazily. It turned into pure Ling Qi and instantly poured into Yi Shiwen's body. On one hand, it crazily replenished his consumed Jinyuan. On the other hand, it was constantly pouring into the special space inside his body. The mysterious space began to shine with dazzling rays of light. Every time the shadow of the word suppress collided with the shadow of the word fight, and the shadow of the word suppress, some of the martial arts mysteries of the word suppress would appear in Yi Shiwen's mind. At this most intense moment, the mysterious space began to analyze the mysteries of the word suppress. Although the process of analysis was very slow, it still made Yi Shiwen overjoyed. He had already seen the power of the word suppress. The fight and fight characters were somewhat unable to withstand it, although the main reason for this was due to Yi Shiwen's lack of strength. But it was obvious that the fight and fight characters were inferior to the suppress characters. These disparities, coupled with the disparity between Yi Shiwen and himself, had directly led to Yi Shiwen falling into a disadvantageous position in this battle. He could only clench his teeth and persevere. He did not want the battle to break into the valley and disturb the other three's breakthrough. Such an opportunity might not appear again next time. As long as he could hold Yi Kuang down, he would win. On the contrary, Yi Kuang saw that he could not do anything to Yi Shiwen for a while, so he began to feel anxious. Yi Shiwen could hold him down and win, but he must kill Yi Shiwen first before he could attack Yi Qiong. For him, Yi Shiwen was the biggest stumbling block, a stumbling block that had to be eradicated. Damn it, suppress for me! He continued to roar, and cold sweat began to appear on his face. The fight character and the fight character had consumed a lot of energy for Yi Shiwen, but for him the suppress character had also consumed a lot of energy. Yi Shiwen could not hold on for a long time, and he was not much better off. This was one of his trump cards. He thought that he could rely on the powerful ancient character to defeat Yi Shiwen in one fell swoop. But who would have thought that Yi Shiwen would also have an ancient character? Suddenly, the situation fell into a bitter struggle. Rumble! The suppress character Shadow's attack was like a long river, crashing down, one after another, without the slightest mercy. Although Yi Shiwen was defeated again and again, he did not collapse. No matter how strong Yi Kuang's attack was, Yi Shiwen was constantly clenching his teeth and holding on. He began to feel anxious, but soon he was even more horrified to discover that along with the continuous attacks of the shadow of suppress, Yi Shiwen also seemed to take this opportunity to understand the essence of the word suppress. Slowly, he was also able to resist some of the attacks. This was unimaginable for him. It was not a big deal to have a breakthrough in battle. Although many people had a breakthrough in battle, their perception had already reached this standard long ago. It was just that they had not been able to cross this threshold. However, the perception in battle was the most frightening thing, especially in such an intense battle. A slight distraction could cause one to be killed by him. How did Yi Shiwen do two things at the same time? He was actually able to be distracted and perceive while fighting with him. Yi Kuang's face was full of anger. For him, this was simply a provocation. Could it be that my pressure was so easy to resist? How could he still have the heart to understand? You dare to be distracted in battle with me. I will let you know how big of a mistake you have made. Yi Kuang sneered coldly. A big sword appeared in his hand and instantly slashed down towards Yi Shiwen. The sword light directly turned into a great path, directly slashing down towards Yi Shiwen, wanting to behead him on the spot. Yi Shiwen's entire strength was used to resist the suppress character shadow, and he could only watch helplessly as this terrifying power shrouded him. This sword, Yi Kuang did not hold back at all. Even a terrifying master of the 7th level of Celestial Realm could be seriously injured on the spot. This was a sword that could truly split the world. Seeing that this sword was about to hit Yi Shiwen, Yi Shiwen could not react at all, and could only directly spread out the wind and thunder wings behind him, and then directly surrounded him. Boom! That terrifying sword light ruthlessly slashed on Yi Shiwen's wind and thunder wings, and the endless power of wind and thunder was completely annihilated in that instant. Crack, crack! Yi Shiwen's wind and thunder wings, under this force, actually shattered bit by bit. Then, with a loud bang, it completely turned into a raging tide of energy that swept across the sky. Yi Shiwen's wind and thunder wings were so powerful, but now it completely collapsed and swept away with a loud bang. Bang! The sword light's momentum did not diminish, and ruthlessly slashed on Yi Shiwen's body, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. His whole body could not withstand the impact, and was sent flying out. That amazing sword light slashed on his chest, and a huge wound was opened up on his chest, his sternum was cut, and blood splattered out. Even his internal organs would have been completely crushed. But even if it was just the aftermath, the sword chi still caused serious damage to his internal organs. And without the support of Yi Shiwen's real yuan, the Wu character shadow and the fighting character shadow completely collapsed in the void, unable to be maintained. Die for me! Yi Kuang's face finally revealed a somewhat satisfied smile, and directly slashed down towards Yi Shiwen with the sword light in his hand. Chapter 1556. Go to hell! Yi Kuang's face finally revealed a satisfied smile as he slashed his sword towards Yi Shiwen. Finally, this battle was coming to an end. After this battle, Yi Shiwen, who was originally not a threat to him, had unknowingly become a threat to him. In fact, Yi Shiwen was even comparable to Yi Qiong. Compared to Yi Qiong, Yi Shiwen only lacked time. If he had enough time, he might have become a huge threat to Yi Kuang. Now, Yi Kuang could finally eliminate Yi Shiwen and then kill Yi Qiong. Then, he would no longer have to worry about Yi Qiong. Yi Kuang, it's time for you to stop. Suddenly, a shocking sound reverberated in the void. Then, a shocking wind blade tore through the void and turned into a stream of light at an astonishing speed, rushing straight at them. Boom! Finally, the wind edge fiercely struck Yi Shiwen's body before the sword light exploded. In a terrible explosion, both the wind blade and the sword blade were annihilated by their respective powers and turned into endless waves of air. Yi Shiwen also took advantage of this great calamity and barely managed to stand firm in the void. His complexion was deathly pale, and his whole body seemed as if he had just been fished out of the water. He was dripping wet and had been soaked in cold sweat. Finally, he managed to save his life in the nick of time. The Phoenix regeneration technique in his body continued to operate, repairing the fatal wound on his chest. He was almost cut into two halves. Yi Kuang's fighting strength was much more terrifying than he had imagined. At this time, Yi Shiwen finally understood why Yi Kuang was able to sit so firmly in the position of Batian among the 5 tyrants of Yi family for so many years. Although the 5 tyrants of Yi family were on equal footing, but in fact, everyone recognized that Zhong Batian was the strongest among them. Only the strongest was qualified to inherit the title of Zhong Batian. The Yi clan's 5 hegemons did not only exist in this generation, but also in the previous generation or even in the distant past. The Yi clan's 5 hegemons represented the 5 strongest members of the Yi clan, and Batian was often the strongest among the 5. In other words, Zhong Batian was the strongest in the entire Yi clan, and even in the Yi clan's subsidiary forces. He was the strongest among the younger generation. Only the strongest was qualified to be crowned with the title of Zhong Batian. At this time, Yi Shiwen realized that he had underestimated Yi Kuang. Yi Qiong, Yi Shiwen, Yi Shukong, and Yi Qianqian were no match for him. At that time, Yi Shiwen had not broken through to the next realm. So even if the 4 of them joined hands, they would have been easily defeated by him. Otherwise, they would not have been able to compete with Yi Kuang. Yi Kuang grinned. Even so, his eyes were filled with excitement. Having such a strong opponent was tantamount to a roadside for him on the road of martial arts. so he would not lack the motivation to move forward. Although this battle was a battle of life and death, but the harvest was also great. Sure enough, battles were necessary. One battle gave him far more insights than one could gain from a closed-door training session. No wonder the more battle-maniac they were, the faster their cultivation progress would be. Yi Qiong. Yi Kuang gazed into the valley. At this moment, apart from Yi Qiong, he couldn't think of anyone else who would be able to stop his attack. Sure enough, a figure flew out from the valley below. It was Yi Qiong. Yi Qiong stood with his hands behind his back, his body exuding a powerful aura. This powerful aura was somewhat similar to Yi Kuang's, but slightly weaker than Yi Kuang's aura. Yi Shiwen could see at a glance that Yi Qiong had finally stepped into the 7th heavenly layer of Celestial Realm. He had just stepped into the 7th heavenly layer of Celestial Realm, so he was still unable to fully control this aura. He looked at Yi Kuang in the sky and said coldly, "Yi Kuang, enough is enough." "Nonsense. Do you think I'm nonsense?" Yi Kuang suddenly laughed and said coldly, "I didn't expect that even you would step into the 7th sky of Celestial Realm, but do you think you are my opponent? It's useless. Even if you step into the 7th sky of Celestial Realm, you can't be my opponent, and I can even beat you until your cultivation level falls. Believe it or not?" "Of course, I believe it." Yi Qiong nodded. He had just stepped into the 7th sky of Celestial Realm, and his cultivation level had not stabilized yet. It was indeed possible that he would be beaten back to the 6th sky of Celestial Realm. If it was only one person, I may not be your opponent, but now, with him, even if I am not your opponent, you will not be able to do anything to us. Yi Kuang looked at Yi Qiong coldly. It was obvious that he was a little afraid of Yi Qiong, but he didn't retreat. He just looked at Yi Qiong with an expression of unwillingness. He had planned this far, so close to succeeding. He would have gotten rid of 2 of his biggest enemies, clearing the way for him to reach the top in the future. Who would have thought that things would turn out like this? I want to see. Even if you join us, what can you do? He is now seriously injured, and is not a threat. Yi Kuang quickly made up his mind, and looked at the seriously injured Yi Shiwen, and decided to kill them. "In that case, Yi Kuang, don't blame me for this," Yi Qiong said, and his aura began to sweep crazily. Countless Zhenyuan was drawn out, forming a surging torrent, and formed a virtual image of the word fighting in the sky. It turned into a young man, and his aura was monstrous, facing the virtual image of the word suppress behind Yi Kuang, although he had also just broken through. Don't forget that his cultivation level was much higher than Yi Shiwen's, so his aura was not much weaker than Yi Shiwen's. "Yi Kuang, you have miscalculated. Let me step into the 7th sky of Celestial Realm, and soon your advantage will be gone, and I will catch up." Yi Qiong looked at Yi Kuang and said, "Although I have not yet reached the peak, but it is enough for us to fight at the same level." The shadow of the Do character behind him suddenly moved and rushed towards Yi Kuang. In an instant, his body seemed to have transformed into countless kinds of martial arts and battle techniques. Yi Kuang's body seemed to have reached the pinnacle. His attack seemed to be a fist technique, but it also seemed to be a leg technique, and it also seemed to be a sword technique. It was ever-changing, and there was no way to determine it. However, it was the most terrifying attack technique. This was the true secret of the Do character. Compared to Yi Shiwen, Yi Qiong's understanding of the Do character was much more profound. "Yi Kuang, this word, fighting, I specially found it to counter your suppress. Let's fight." Yi Qiong's roar was like a surging torrent, and the virtual image of the word fighting rushed towards Yi Qiong. "What a joke, Yi Qiong, with your current state. You want to be on par with me. Suppress me." Yi Kuang roared crazily, and the virtual image of the word suppress directly slapped towards the virtual image of the word fighting. In an instant, it seemed as if it could suppress everything. Countless principles appeared around him and were instantly suppressed. It seemed as if everything in this world was completely under the control of the word suppress. Bang! A terrible collision occurred, and the essence of martial arts between both sides manifested in the sky. This was a collision without the slightest emotion, and it was impossible to hold back, because this was the understanding of martial arts between both sides. There was no right or wrong, but because of this, it was even more important not to lose. Everyone firmly believed that their own martial arts were the strongest, and it was impossible to be worse than anyone else's. Dang, dang, dang! Yi Qiong kept retreating. The strength of Yi Kuang, who was at the peak of the seventh sky of Celestial Realm, was much more tyrannical than Yi Qiong's current strength. On the other side, Yi Kuang's complexion suddenly turned deathly pale, and his body swayed. The void under his feet shattered, and it was obvious that he had just endured a terrible attack. For him, this collision was not easy to deal with. If he was in his peak state, he would not care about Yi Qiong at all. But in the previous battle with Yi Shiwen's desperate attack had injured him, and he had also consumed more than half of his genyuan. At this time, he was far from his peak state. Ha ha ha, this is great, Yi Kuang! Yi Qiong laughed and said. Yi Kuang's eyes flashed with a bewildered look, and at this time he saw that Yi Shiwen's aura was gradually recovering. In such a short period of time, the wound that had almost taken his life had actually recovered by more than half. Although it was not yet at its peak state, but it was enough for a battle. This was equivalent to a battle with two people, and he would not care about either one of them. But since the two of them had joined forces, he had no choice but to pay attention. Suddenly, in the valley, two tyrannical auras rushed up to the sky, directly crushing all the clouds in the sky. Two auras of the seventh sky of Celestial Realm swept out and suddenly fell. Yi Qianqian and Yi Qiong had actually stepped into the seventh sky of Celestial Realm at almost the same time, although they had just broken through. But it had already brought great pressure to Yi Kuang. Damn! Yi Kuang's eyes were filled with bewilderment. If there were only two of them, he would still dare to fight. But now that Yi Qianqian and Yi Shukong had both stepped into the seventh sky of Celestial Realm, it would become a 1 versus 4 situation. No matter how arrogant he was, he did not dare to say that he could take down these 4 people unscathed. Any one of these 4 people had the ability to delay him, and if the 4 of them joined forces, he might die. Ha ha ha, Yi Kuang, you still haven't left? Are you scared? I scared you to death. Yi Shiwen laughed and said, affecting the injuries on his body, making his face somewhat pale, but his mood was exceptionally carefree.